Sinai. The township will be participating in Operation Safe Homes this month. And, this is a free gun turn-in event sponsored by the Montgomery County District Attorney and Montgomery County Police Chiefs. Residents are invited to turn in unloaded firearms at the Lower Merion Police Department here in this building, 71 East Lancaster Avenue. And it's on Wednesday, November 16th from 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. and then again on Saturday, November 19th from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. More information about this program can be found at the Montgomery County District Attorney's website, www.montgopa.org.da. So it's a good event, and if you have an interest, you are urged to participate. Thank you. Thank you, President Sinai.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McComb. Our first committee meeting for this evening is the Finance Committee, and I recognize its chair, Commissioner Zeloff.
Thank you, President Sinai. We have an unusually long agenda for the Finance Committee this evening, so we will get started. There are 12 items, only 2 of which are for discussion, so 10 items for this committee to consider acting on. The first item is for the award of a contract for street tree planting. In order to have an efficient meeting tonight, I will first make the motion that this committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners the approval to award a contract for street tree planting to J. Mawr Garrison Landscaping, Inc., in accordance with bids received on Thursday, October 20th, 2022, with the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer and the approval of the Director of Public Works in the amount of $81,200. Do I have a second? Vice President Gavin seconds. To provide us some background, I'll call on our Chief Financial Officer, Eric Traub.
Thank you. So this is a known repeat winner, quality vendor. The $80,000 for the lump sum matches exactly what our estimate is in our 2022 estimate. The adults we actually won't do, so actually I'll ask Commissioner Zeloff if you would maybe rephrase your motion to have the amount actually just be the flat $80,000. We should have not have put the adults on there. So if we could have the motion approved for $80,000, because each tree is, I think, 400. There's about 200 trees, so $80,000 will be the contract amount. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. I will amend my motion to be in the amount of $80,000 even. Concurrence with the seconding? Okay. Eric, one question I have, you've answered the one, which is 200 trees. The second one is, what is the planting time? And if you don't know, perhaps our manager does. Is this for immediate planting or spring planting or another time of year?
I think it really occurs throughout, once the contract is executed, from basically that point through probably early spring, based upon the type of tree and the location and the weather.
Thank you. Do any committee members have any questions or comments for Eric on this item? Seeing none, does the member of the public in the room have any questions or comments? Seeing none, are there any members of the public online, Jody?
No one is online right now.
Great, thank you. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. The second item on our agenda tonight is for the committee to consider awarding a rebid for improvements and interior repairs to the Bryn Mawr Community Center. Again, I'll start with the motion that the committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a contract for Bryn Mawr Community Center interior repairs received on Thursday, October 13th at 11 a.m. prevailing time, and the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer with the approval of the Director of Public Works and the Township Engineer to SB Conrad, Inc. in the amount of $226,918. This is a rebid for an item that was rejected by the committee a few months ago, in that case, there was one bidder. This rebid has been a competitive process with 4 bidders. Eric, would you like to add to that?
Sure. So,
Excuse me, I've made the motion. Is there a second? Vice President Gavin seconds. Thank you very much.
So as Commissioner Zeloff noted, it was June or July, we had one bid that was about $253,000. So we're about $26,000 cheaper by waiting. We did have more competition. Maybe the theory that when you get out of bidding in the school construction period, maybe you get a little bit more activity, maybe that holds true. So again, just funding, just so the board is aware, there's $140,000 the board has already allocated early in January this year from ARP dollars. There's a $30,000 contribution from Eldernet, and the balance comes from the Capital Projects Fund. While it is still over budget, the bid appears consistent with the current bidding environment. Recommendation by the engineer and township staff. You have the materials before you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. The committee did discuss this item in some length in last year's capital budget process. We also discussed it during the ARP allocation process briefly, and we also discussed it briefly a few months ago, as Eric noted, when this item was, the single bid was rejected. So with that, do any committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you. The Township Properties and Open Space Committee, which I chair, agreed, or the majority of it agreed, that it would be better for us to do the entire building rather than just do the first 2 floors. On the other hand, there is also some urgency to getting this work done, and it may be appropriate to stage it. I hope that we will, in the not too distant future, go ahead and do the necessary remediation to the 3rd floor to make the 3rd floor safe and usable. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer. Other committee members with questions or comments? Does the member of the public have any questions or comments? Vice President Gabbard.
Thank you. So I just have some questions based on what Commissioner Kramer said, and I guess, Ernie, this may be for you. Was there a request from Eldernet for the for doing, I know we've had this discussion over the past year or so, right? And my understanding was we were only, they had only requested for the 2nd floor to be redone, and there was a huge expense associated with the 3rd floor without a request from Eldernet. Is that accurate, or?
Yeah, I don't think we ever had a formal request from Eldernet to occupy the 3rd floor. It's only a net of about 900 square feet, so there's not a lot of square footage up there. But it does have asbestos, and some of it is damaged up there. So it would be considerably more money to go up there and renovate that 3rd floor.
Okay. And I know, Commissioner Zeloff, you sit on, if I'm correct, you sit on the board of Eldernet, or?
I'm on the advisory board, which is different than the governing board.
And have you heard any requests from, and I know it's weird to ask other commissioners, in your capacity as have there been requests from Eldernet?
And it is weird, but I'm the chair, so I'll allow it. And so I have not had, I'm not aware of any requests for use of the 3rd floor. And in fact, I'll expand on it further. The new director of Eldernet, very new director, and he and I had a recent conversation, and he indicated that even if the pantry is moved to the 1st floor of the community center, and he's not certain it makes sense to do so, even if that occurs, there will be more than enough room for their proposed increase in staffing with the 1st and 2nd floor. So there are 2 reasons that completing the renovation of the 1st and 2nd floor there may be excess capacity in the building for its current use.
Okay.
So there's no demand that I'm aware of for the very small and very expensive 3rd floor.
Okay, and I think Commissioner Kramer's right. If we can eventually get to the 3rd floor, that's wonderful. But with what the expense is, with what the need is from Eldernet, with what's been expressed, I don't see any need to go beyond this. I think everyone on this board loves Eldernet and values the organization. It's an important historic property within Lower Merion. I'm thrilled to support this, even with it being well over budget, but I think keeping it as is requested in the motion makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabbard.
May I respond
Briefly,
to this
Commissioner
question?
Kramer?
Yes. Commissioner Gavin, there had been, I had extensive discussions with the previous executive director of Eldernet, who told me that their long-term plans would have required the additional space up on the third floor. This, doing the first and second floor will be adequate to meet their needs for the next 3 to 5 years. So, you know, if we can address the immediate needs right now, that's fine. I do think that there are some other reasons why we may want to have that extra space up on the third floor in conjunction with some other things that may come before this board later. But for now, I do support doing this right now. But there has been a request for that space in the past.
Thanks,
Just to be
Commissioner
clear.
Kramer, and I do want to conclude this item, but I do want to note that the new director had a different view, and when there's a new director, sometimes the missions change, and the board chair of Eldernet resigned shortly after the new director came on board, so a new board chair has not yet been identified. And so it would make their mission and long-term plans are may be the same, may be different than what they were a year ago when we initially discussed this. So with that, I would like to bring this to a close, and we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously, Madam Secretary. Item number 3 is for the committee to consider professional engineering services for CDBG funded projects. I'll move that the Finance Committee recommend to the board approval of an awarding a contract for professional engineering services for CDBG funded projects to Reuther and Bowen with the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer and approval of the Director of Building and Planning. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner McComb seconds. So I'll ask our Chief Financial Officer for more information, including the amount, since the amount is not in the motion, in the proposed motion.
Sure. So just like we have a township engineer and the board appoints that, we also have an engineer that works on CDBG funded projects. This is predominantly ADA curb cut ramps throughout the township, which have to be engineered, and we use CDBG dollars for that process. Reuther and Bowen, they've actually done this work for several years for the township. This followed a competitive RFP process, which was in accordance with the procurement standards that the federal government sets out for CDBG-funded projects. We received 2 proposals. The winning proposal from Reuther and Bowen is $44,300. The second proposal was about $12,000 more expensive. There was a staff from multiple departments that looked at this. They're comfortable with staying with Reuther and Bowen and recommend we move forward. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. What is the proposed term of the contract? And that may be in your memo, but I didn't pick it up.
It is not in the memo from, the memo was from Building and Planning. I can check on that and then just email back to the board what that term is.
Great, I appreciate that unless our manager has the answer. And I also make a request to Building and Planning for the list of 30 ADA curb ramps throughout the township, because there is one in particular that I am interested in making sure it's on the list.
31.
And I don't intend to make it 31, so. Okay, are there questions or comments from committee members on this item? Commissioner Bernheim.
I didn't want you to think you were going to get away without any one of my typical questions on these type of items. No reason for you to think there's a free pass here, but so the fixed fee is $44,300 for 30 ADA ramps. It would seem to me, and apparently I'm probably wrong for this assumption, that they're probably very similar. Why is the cost that much for 30 ADA ramps, which are basically doing the same thing 30 different times?
I can't quite answer that from a technical perspective. I'll ask the manager to see.
Commissioner, they actually are not. Each one has to be separately designed according to the conditions there. So while they all may look the same by the time they're done in terms of the truncated dome in the middle of it and the concrete, each one has to be designed according to the elevations, the obstructions, the utilities, the slope. So it literally is 31 separate designs or 30 separate designs.
You almost got Commissioner Zelos, that
Yeah,
extra ramp in there.
I almost got his in there.
Yeah, so I guess that makes sense.
Just laying the groundwork.
No pun intended. And that each of them has, their own, elements and moving parts to it. All right, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
And our manager didn't mention that occasionally PennDOT changes their specs, which causes redesign. So, thank you, Commissioner Bernheim. Any other committee members with questions or comments? Does the member of the public have any questions or comments? Seeing that that is not the case, the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any abstentions or no votes? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. All right, item 4 on tonight's agenda is for making a change to the criteria for the real estate tax credit that we offer to volunteer firefighters and Narberth ambulance members. So I'll move that the committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution attached approving the 2023 criteria for the real estate tax credit for volunteer firefighters and volunteer emergency medical service personnel to qualify for the rebate of 2022 township real estate taxes. Do I have a second? Commissioner Bernheim seconds. Eric, would you like to tell us more?
Yeah, so this is an annual item. The board has to approve by resolution setting the qualification criteria for this benefit. The only change, and in comparison to previous years, is a minimal one this year around change in terms of how we might provide points to someone who might be in active or reserve military service. You'll see a future item in the next couple of months which will approve the actual list of eligible volunteers. You have the issue briefing before you, which kind of lays out kind of the history and costs of this program. Again, it went up to the 100% for the first time this year for the rebate, and we hope this is another reason our volunteers continue to stay involved and support the fire companies in the community. I recommend moving forward.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner O'Neill.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that information, Eric. I do have a question about the rebate level and why limit it to 20%. I find that
It is up to
it's 100. I wanted to just make sure that it's at 100% for
Yeah,
any
100%.
new.
It went to 100%. The board approved that last year. So in the table that you see in section 5 of the issue briefing, that was all at 20% because that's what the board was limited to in those years.
In those years. Okay.
2022 is the first year that it's at 100%, and the amount that has been spent so far is just over $40,000.
Great. And moving forward then through this next year and thereafter would be at 100%.
Unless the board changes its policy, yes.
Okay, great. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Neill. Any other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Bernheim.
One quick comment. I continue to impress upon our colleagues in the school board to do something, if not identical, extraordinarily similar to this. I was previously informed that their goal was to see about getting something on their agenda for November. I haven't received that confirmation, but I will continue to politely pester them as best I can, because this is a small token for the folks in the fire service as well as ambulance, and we ought to do everything we can to help continue to recruit and retain those people that provide such a vital service. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernheim. And by adding military service and active duty service to the criteria, we make it so that volunteers who are serving in that capacity get some points towards the reaching the threshold for the real estate tax credit, and so it's an important step to take. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Zella. I don't want to make this too contentious, but since this is the second time I feel compelled to respond to Commissioner Bernheim's suggestion regarding the school district. You've given me great advice over the last 4 years, and one piece that sticks in my mind right now is knowing when to stay in your lane. We don't know the inner workings of the school district budget. I had a conversation sort of informally with the president of the school board on this issue. She wants to work on this. What I might suggest is that if we do feel so strongly about this, we should put our money where our mouth is, as we are the ones responsible for the fire services in this township. And if you would put forth a motion that we cover the school taxes of our firefighters, I would happily second that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm pleased that you will not be making such a motion. So, any other questions or comments from committee members?
I will have a conversation with Commissioner Courtney offline. We won't take more time here.
Excellent, excellent
But
comment.
I
I recommend
appreciate
that.
him voicing his
Yes.
opinion.
Okay, no questions from the public, I believe. So, the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed or any abstentions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, item 4 passes unanimously. On to item 5, which is a resolution for the committee to consider. This has to do with the fees charged by the tax collector for certain late payments of real estate taxes. So I will make the motion that the committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of the attached resolution implementing Act 57 of 2022, which requires taxing districts that impose taxes on the assessed value of real property to direct the tax collector to waive additional charges for real estate taxes in certain situations beginning on and after January 1st, 2023. Do I have a second? Commissioner McComb seconds. Eric, this is somewhat unusual, so please explain this to us.
Yeah, so basically this is a state mandate that all townships across and boroughs across the Commonwealth really don't have a choice. This is only going to impact a very small amount of new homeowners. Only people who are eligible are people who have purchased their home within 12 months, or basically they have to put in a documentation that they only have owned the home for less than 12 months, in which they were subject to the standard penalty provision that is on all real estate tax payments, which is if you're after the face period, you pay a 10% penalty, similar to what we do with solid waste fees, sewer fees, et cetera. The concept is to provide relief to new homeowners. The reality, at least in my opinion, and also shared by solicitors, this probably isn't the most well thought out policy, but nonetheless, it's a mandate from the state. We must approve the resolution, so we recommend moving forward.
Thank you, Eric. When a property owner settles on the purchase of property, how do they typically receive their real estate tax bill?
Well, there's a couple of things. So if you were to buy your home, say, in August, you go to settlement, and a title company should get a tax certificate, which basically says, how much is owed, and then they do basically a, proration between each year of, buyer, seller. You just see it on your HUD sheet. If anyone's bought a home, you look at it, that's the information that should happen. In terms of the township, I think this is very unlikely to impact us to any severe degree, because the annual tax bill that we send out that goes out basically February 1st, we get an annual file in January from the board, which says, here's the ownership records of the entire township. When I say the board, I'm talking about the Board of Assessment from Montgomery County. And then what the township also does is every single month when the board updates that file, we put that into our tax and sewer collection database. So we have a very up-to-date database. And then what we also do, the tax collector for years has sent out a letter to everyone about 3 to 4 weeks, maybe before the face period ends, anyone who has not paid their township and county real estate tax bill and says, oh, we haven't seen your payment. This is the amount that's due, and if you don't pay by this date, you get a penalty. So even if someone were to like buy and purchase a home, say in March, you know, it was after the bill went out, we hopefully then catch that assessment and ownership change in this record. So I really don't see how this improves the situation. It can serve to, you know, cost the township dollars from people or title companies that weren't very careful about their tax obligations. But again, nonetheless, when you review the legislation, it says taxing districts shall, not taxing districts may. And that means we have no choice. We have to approve the resolution.
That's very helpful, Eric. And to make sure everyone's aware, any penalties received for late payments are payable to the township in full, correct?
They get paid to the tax collector, who remits 100% of all payments to the township on a weekly basis.
Great, thank you. Okay, committee members with questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion in support of the resolution, recommending the resolution, has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. Okay. On to item 6, which is also about fees, but different fees. So this is asking the committee to consider new fees and increasing existing fees having to do with legal and collection costs with regard to township accounts. So I will move that the committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise a public hearing and notice of intent to adopt an ordinance to amend the code of the Township of Lower Merion, Chapter A, 167 fees, to provide for the creation of certain fees and the increase in certain fees relating to legal and collection fees and costs incurred in the collection of township accounts. Do I have a second? Vice President Gavin seconds. Eric, can you explain this item to us?
Sure. So this is mainly updating fees that are currently in our code that are charged by Portnoy Law Associates, who assists with the collection of delinquent sewer and solid waste accounts. Generally, the accounts of which Portnoy helps collection are properties that might have multiple liens and a total in excess of $10,000 that's owed. The fee request itself was reviewed and found to be reasonable by our township solicitor, Mr. High, who prepared the draft ordinance, rather, that is before you. These fees are paid by the delinquent property owner directly to Portnoy. This doesn't in any way take away from the collection of the dollars that are due to the township. So this is above the amounts that are due to the township. However, these fees must be approved by the township in order to pass them on to those people who are behind and are liened as lien collection fees. And then as we go through this process, obviously this is an ordinance for advertisement, so the ordinance would come before you in December. And the December Finance Committee will also have a short item on a revised agreement between Portnoy and the township. Again, that's already been reviewed by the township solicitor. That needs to be approved as well, so we'll hopefully have this all wrapped up in December. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. So this is for fees that would not be collected by the township?
Correct. They're collected by Portnoy for their services, and they remit the amount that the township is due, and then they keep their fees.
Okay. Do committee members have any questions or comments on this item?
I have a quick question.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. Are these fees, have they been increased over previous fees, or?
I don't recall, at least in my time, which is over 7 years now, that these fees have been adjusted, sir.
Then it's a bargain. Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioners with questions or comments on this item? Do the members, Commissioner O'Neill?
I do have a question. So Is Portnoy the only servicer for this type of thing?
Correct. They're the only person that we deal with, the only outside entity we deal with to help with the collection.
And is that, are we able to expand that list of people to service this type of thing, or?
We could. I don't necessarily know the value of that. It's a very specialized area. There's not many people that actually really have experience with this. Portnoy serves, I think they might serve, I think I just got a notice from them, maybe they got their 200th client in the Commonwealth or something. So they're very familiar with PA, the rules around PA, the rules around bankruptcy, all of those things. So we've had good success with them. They work with our residents. They'll set up payment plans with our residents. So if there was someone else, I think then you have an issue with who are you providing to what company, and I also think it becomes a little bit more difficult to manage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other committee members with questions or comments? I think I've asked for members, well, I don't think I did. Any members of the public with any questions or comments? Seeing none. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary?
I need to recuse myself on this vote. Abstain.
Ms. O'Neill, are you opposed? I'm a no.
Okay, so we have one recusal and one no. So, Madam Secretary, that item does not pass unanimously. Commissioner O'Neill, would you consent to this being on the consent calendar? A double consent.
Yes or no? I just said yes.
That was a yes. Okay. Item 7 on our agenda tonight is for an adjustment to our American Rescue Plan prior allocation. So I'll move that the committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of an adjustment to previously allocated American Rescue Plan, known as ARP, funding to rescind the prior ARP allocation of $410,000 for staff bonuses and instead allocate $261,000 to support essential government services and to allocate $54,377 to reimburse costs incurred completing community needs assessment. Do I have a second? Commissioner O'Neill seconds that item. Eric, can you tell us more about this?
Sure. So just kind of parroting what's in your issue briefing. So the board allocated this money for staff bonus payments, and we didn't spend as much as we thought we would. We only spent about $261,000. The other thing is, this is kind of asking the board to help your poor CFO out. When you have bonus payments related to performance, vaccine, et cetera, under ARP, you have to follow a whole host of regulations, filings, et cetera. If we basically say, instead, we're going to spend the same amount of money providing essential government services, public safety, public works services, in that same amount under the lost revenue category, we do not have to go through the Treasury ringer. So I'm asking the board's support for a few less headaches in terms of dealing with the ARP regulations, which in certain cases can be kind of onerous. The other thing is, you go back to the budget workshop, we talked about, I believe Mr. Smith was going through the budget of the township manager's office, and the consulting was up, and he spoke about, while we did this community needs assessment, I think it was Vice President Gavin who said, well, I thought that was paid out of ARP, and I said, well, you can do that out of ARP, but you need to formally, in a board meeting, actually make that allocation. So we're trying to kind of just take care of those two things right here. The overall cost of this is a little over $315,000, so it's less than the $410,000 that was already allocated. So it's still going to leave you about $13.8 million in the original ARP funds that's still to be allocated through the board's process, through the work of the ARP Engagement Committee and eventually the Finance Committee. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that explanation, and because it wasn't apparent, and I think the terminology you used was appropriately not in the motion, which is the Treasury ringer, but I think we all understand that. So, do committee members have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. Didn't we allocate $50,000 for this community needs assessment?
You approved spending the money. At that time, you did not specifically say out of ARP funds. So that's basically now what you're doing, is saying,
Yeah, well, this
oh,
is-
I want it to be spent with ARP funds.
Yeah, well, this is $54,000.
Because the final costs were slightly over the 50,000. I think after, didn't they do, Township Manager McNeely, kind of like a supplemental, small supplemental report we asked?
Yeah, we asked for that supplemental report that Triad produced, and that was an extra cost. So it did run over the initial scope a little bit.
Okay.
Commissioner Churchill? Okay. All right, other committee members with questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, do any members of the public have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, the motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, any abstentions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. Okay, we're now on to the headliner of the evening, and it is not an item for consideration or vote by the committee, but instead is a presentation by our Chief Financial Officer on the 2023 proposed budget and the 2023 to 2028 proposed capital improvement program, which we often refer to as the CIP. This budget was just released Friday, I believe, and tonight's our first public presentation on it. We are have lots of opportunity this evening to ask questions in terms of making amendments to the budget. It's been our practice to not do so upon the budget's presentation this evening, but rather if commissioners do wish to have amendments considered, to do so after the second public hearing, which is scheduled for November 30th. Next Wednesday, the 16th of November, will be the first public hearing on the budget. So there will be opportunity, of course, at that time for public comment on the proposed budget. The budget is available for inspection and review on the township's website. Eric and Ernie are also hard copies available in libraries. I'm seeing a yes to that, so people want to be able to read the budget in some detail and not look at it on a screen. It is a thick document like this, and the capital budget a little smaller than that, but that's a separate document. And the schedule for the vote on adopting a 2023 budget is for December 14th, something that we are required to do before the start of the new year. And we're scheduled to do that on Wednesday, December 14th. And Eric, I think, is going to start out with our 2022 financial performance and then take us through a summary of the operating budget and the capital budget.
Yeah, so this is the part of the budget process where staff hands this off to the board, and you tell us what we did right, what we did wrong, and what you want to have changed, and then we move on. So, the outline of this evening, again, this is the longest of these various budget presentations. Each time I talk about the budget, I hope to talk less and have you talk more. I'm going to outline current year of performance. We'll go through the budget. Mr. Weldy will provide some pinch hitting and relief pitching for me, and then we'll finalize things with the CIP, the financial forecast, and next steps. So when you look at 2022, overall, we have a real positive financial story to tell. Real good year financially. You can see where the numbers are here on the screen. Revenues over budget, expenditures under budget, except for the proposed equipment fund transfer we'll be talking about later on this evening. When you look at the revenues, speaking broadly before we kind of look specifically at numbers, Why are they above projections? Business taxes did not fall as much as we had anticipated. They did fall from their record-setting levels in '21, but not as much as we thought. Real estate transfer taxes, the first 6 months of this year was the highest grossing 6-month period ever in the township's history on real estate transfer taxes. They have slowed down. We saw a real stark decline in September. I just this afternoon got the October numbers, which were a little bit better, thanks to a couple of commercial transfers, but that's going to bear some watching as we move forward. Departmental earnings, that's because of significant increases in police services, parking revenue, recreation program revenue, and some zoning-related fees. And then investments and grants. So the one benefit of those increasing interest rates is we actually start to really get some money in terms of our idle cash, in terms of investing that. So you might not recall, 2019, I think we had about $1.1 million in revenue just from interest income in the general fund. It dropped to below $50,000 last year with interest rates at rock bottom levels, but that's really started to come back. When you look closer at the 2022 revenue trends, so this shows you what we actually received in 2021, what the budget was for 22, and then what we're estimating for 22, where things stand now. Again, positive. I still think actually there could be, upon some results I've seen in the last couple of weeks, maybe even we can get above 70.5 a little bit. One of the reasons for that is really the business taxes. I think that's going to probably end up over $14 million. Once we got our October 15th payments in, some of those were still pretty healthy. The departmental earnings, I mentioned that earlier. The police, it's a lot of reimbursed overtime. Parking, honestly, I under budgeted that this year. Based on where the trend was, I thought it was going to be much lower. Parking has come back, not nearly to where it was pre-pandemic, but it has started to come back. You're going to hear about recreation program revenues. You're going to see how those have been off the charts and how that also affects the expenditures as we talk about this. Real estate transfer tax I mentioned, so I won't go into that in any more detail. Investment income. The grants, that's really reimbursements we've gotten from the 2021 Tropical Storm Ida, and also what we just talked about in terms of the ARP. The PIMIC refund, we talked about that earlier on this year in July. There's no change there. The only area that's a little bit down is just license and permits. Building and plumbing permits are down a little bit. Some of that is timing and cyclical. When do you have a big project come in? Does it come in December? Does it come in the following January? And things of that nature. On the expenditure side, the general fund transfer that's proposed to the equipment fund, without that, obviously, we're pretty far underneath budget. Contracted services, so when we talk about this and we talk about all these recreation program revenues we have, if you have 25 people and you only expected to have 15 in a certain recreation program, obviously you have that additional revenue. But we basically have cost-sharing agreements on these various programs, so then whether it's a percentage split or a per participant split, then the actual person who runs the program for those programs gets more money as well, so that increases that line item substantially. The refund, that's a tax refund that the board talked about earlier on this year. Other compensation overtime, really reimbursed police overtime, so it doesn't have an impact net to the budget. Salaries and benefits and associated costs, we've been down anywhere from 20-plus positions, including police, 30-plus positions, almost consistently this entire year, as we try to, hire people and just the time it takes and the attrition that we've had. So there's been significant savings there. And you see that in this slide right here when you look at the bottom and see the negative variances on staffing-related issues. You see the equipment fund transfer and the first line, contracted services, what we spoke about, and other compensation and other things. So overall, just under $1 million variance, including that proposed transfer, we would be under the budget by about $1.1 million, excluding that one-time issue. For the 2023 budget, I'm going to pause and let Mr. Weldy come up and take you through at least the revenues, and then I'll be back.
Before you go, to try and help this along, do committee members have any questions for Eric on the 2022 expected performance that was just presented? President Sinai.
I just had a quick question, Eric, about the being down to 20 to 30 full-time positions. there's $1 million in, that we were under in terms of salaries, and another $950,000 we were down in terms of benefits. I was wondering if it was $2 million total for those 20 to 30 positions, or where the benefits line is a separate item that doesn't have anything to do, benefits was just cheaper overall.
It's generally the former. It's generally the open positions.
Okay.
It's not that the benefits were cheaper.
Okay, other committee members with questions or comments? Commissioner Bernheim?
No. I just noted that was a good question.
Aha, okay,
I'll second that.
all right. All right, seeing none,
I did have one question.
Commissioner Kramer.
Eric, can you tell us what, the transfer tax, you said was at record high levels, really over the last year, probably year and a half. What did it average before 2020, when the interest rates dropped so much?
Before 2020, we were probably around a little bit over $5 million a year. So again, we were 6.1 2021. I was actually estimating about, I think, 6.25 earlier this year, and then once the mortgage rates started to drive, again, we had really good numbers, and still when I look at the numbers, the prices aren't necessarily, it's not like I'm seeing things in certain areas where, holy cow, I thought, that area normally sells for X and now it's X minus 10. It's more the volume. So we had really good numbers in July and August. It was really like September was basically 50% of the previous month. And even this month still, typically maybe we're 80 to 100 sales. We were around 65 sales. But again, the dollars are still quite healthy. So I'm not seeing huge drop downs in prices, but seeing the volume decline obviously hurts the revenue.
And you think that a 6 million, what is your estimated for next year?
We'll be
Well,
talking
he's gonna
about
get to
that
that.
in a second.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll come to that.
we are projecting a decline for next year, and we'll talk
Okay.
about that more.
Other commissioners with questions or comments on 2022, it's expected, estimated, actual? Okay, seeing none. Chris, you're going to tell us about the 2023 budget. And before you get started, I know that you worked on it, but so did all department heads over the summer and into the fall, as did our manager, and we have had a budget workshop in June, at the end of June, for our capital budget. Then we had one at the beginning of September for our operating budget, both public workshops, and our management team has done quite a bit of work to prepare our very detailed and award-winning budget. So with that introduction, Chris.
Thank you, Commissioner. So on this slide, we compare the proposed 2023 general fund budget to the 2022 budget. And if you take a look at the revenue line, we see we're about $5.3 million greater. We're budgeting an increase in 2023. That's mainly due to projected business taxes, real estate transfer taxes, again comparing to the 2022 budget, police services, recreational programs, and investment income. On the expense side, we see an increase in the 23 budget of about $3.9 million. The main reasons for that are increased personnel costs, inflation, and supply chain issues. So we have an anticipated or a projected budget deficit of $5.2 million. And if we compare that to the 2022 budget, we had a $6.6 million budgeted deficit last year. So we've improved that by 1.4. So that $5.2 million deficit this year, that gap, is to be filled by a drawdown on the general fund balance. So our projected end-of-the-year fund balance is $17.4 million. That's 23% of the annual operating expenditures, and that's above Lower Merion Township's goal of a 15 to 18% number. The proposed 2023 budget assumes no real estate tax increases. Solid waste fees will remain unchanged in '23. and sewer rental fees are not anticipated to change, but will be evaluated in April of '23. This slide provides a breakdown of the township's 2023 real estate taxes. Again, we see the pie chart, we see the large red piece. So the school district receives about 79% of the real estate taxes. Montgomery County, about 11%, and the township, about 10.5%. This slide talks about the allocation of real estate taxes by assessed values. And if you look at this table, we have the assessed values on the far left, 200,000 to about 600,000. And then we show for those assessed property values, how much goes to the school district, how much to the county, and how much to the township. So an example, or the average in Lower Merion Township, the average resident with a single-family detached home, the assessed value is about $350,000. Now that translates to an estimated market value of approximately $890,000. So that's the average single-family detached home. And looking at this schedule for a $350,000 assessed value, the resident would pay close to $14,000 in taxes. About $11,000 would go to the school district, about $1,500 to the county, and a little less than $1,500 to the township.
Did he say 15,000 instead of 1,500?
This slide shows a 10-year history of the township's assessed real estate values from 14 to 23. And if you go to the bottom of this table, the assessed value of all the real estate in the township is about $7.8 billion. And the estimated market value for that real estate is about $19.7 billion. And if you look at this, the line in the middle, we have about a 0.45% increase from 2022, about 0.5%. And that's of interest because the assessed value drives our real estate taxes. And the real estate taxes make up about 46% of the general fund revenues. So an increase of about 0.5% in assessed values translates to an increase of about 0.5% in our real estate revenues. This slide provides a breakdown of the general fund for 2023 budget by category. Sorry, I think I jumped ahead one too many. There we go. So again, we have a pie chart here. The big blue on the right, that's real estate taxes, about 46%. Again, almost half of the general fund's revenue budget. The second category, I'm going to group three of them together. That's other taxes. We have real estate transfer taxes, we have business taxes, and local service taxes. That makes up about 31% of our revenues. So the real estate taxes and the others taxes together make up about 77% of our general fund revenues. The final category is sort of a catch-all. We have license and permits, departmental earnings, other revenues, etc., that make up about 23% of these revenues. And again, in essence, this chart is showing where do our general fund revenues come from. On this slide, we compare the 2023 general fund budgeted revenues to the 2022 budget. General fund budgeted is about $70.4 million, which is, again, $5.3 million greater than the 2022 budget, about 8% higher. Primarily due to projected increases in business taxes, departmental earnings, and other income. And if we look at the top three items within this table, we see business taxes, about $3.1 million, or 27% increase over last year. Again, 2023 revenues in the business taxes come from 2022 activity, where we lag a year behind. So we can estimate, based on some of our larger taxpayers, and project what we expect to see, which is about $14.3 million. Again, there's changes that happen, but that's our best look at what we think we have there. Departmental earnings, about $1.1 million increase, again due to police services and recreation programs and parking. And there's certainly been, we're projecting a better year the further away we get from the pandemic in recreation and programs and parking. Both of those seem to be coming back to levels pre-pandemic. Third category, other revenues, about $650,000. That's made up of almost all interest income, investment income. As Eric talked about, the interest rates are rising, and we're projecting about $650,000 increase in other revenues, mainly due to interest income. You see some of the other categories, real estate transfer taxes we talked about earlier, local service taxes, and just to follow my point earlier on the real estate taxes, we see, again, the $32 million, about 46% of our budget, about $165,000 increase, and if you go to the far right, there's that 0.5% increase in assessed values coming out to an increase in real estate taxes, again, driven by the assessed values. And the final slide I'll talk about, this compares the 2023 general fund budgeted revenues to the 2022 estimated actual. The last slide compared it to the 2022 budget. Here we're comparing it to the estimated actual. And our budget is almost exactly the same as our estimated actual, $75,000 difference. So projected revenue is in line with 2023. And if you look at the changes from 2022, you see some amounts going up, some amounts going down, for the total net of about $75,000 less than our 2022 estimated actual. And if we go down to the bottom, the negatives where they decreased, real estate transfer taxes, our proposed budget is a little bit less than last year, again, due to the higher interest rates and the trends we've seen in the third and so far in the beginning of the fourth quarter of 2023. And in the other revenues, this decline is partially due to a lower refund anticipated from the healthcare insurance claim and some decreases in some of the grants we received. I'm going to turn it back over to Eric to dive into the expenditure side.
All right, so on the expenditures, Chris talked to you about where the money comes from, so I'm going to talk to you about where the money goes. You have a pie chart here on your distribution. Not a surprise that public safety kind of leads the way. Debt service is a decent component. You can see the numbers on here. Generally, this distribution is not that different than prior years. In terms of diving a little bit closer, instead of looking at kind of by governmental function, but by overall kind of spending category, why we have such long discussions about personnel or CIP matters is because personnel really drives our general fund expenses. So you can see the salaries and other compensation, the costs we pay out, and then when you add in the cost of benefits is about 67%. And then when you add in the debt service, that gets you about to 80%, and then everything else adds up to only about 20% of the general fund. Similar set of slides to what Chris went through, comparing kind of budget to budget. I am going to take a little bit of time here to kind of explain things because I think it's important for the board to understand. So the budget includes about nearly a little shy of $4 million more than last year. So when you look at the top line of salaries, part of that is a contingency, which is in the 2023 budget. We don't have labor agreements yet for either union, so that is included in there. When you see debt service go up, we did issue $15 million in new money earlier this year. We only retire about $8.5 to $8.75 million a year, so the debt's gone up a little bit. That was a very good move when you look at what interest rates did after we issued that debt in March, so I have no regrets about that whatsoever, but we will pay a little bit more in debt service. The township equipment rental, that's a big cost increase, and that kind of connects to what we've been talking about on the equipment fund. So that has to recover all the costs associated with increases in gasoline, diesel, parts, repairs, any of that stuff, we've seen really large increases in costs, and that's what's really reflected there. The contracted services, again, I'll reference the recreation programming, but also other things when you look at it on a budget-to-budget basis. Our budget for the landscaping in Parks and Recreation, the contractor that takes care of traffic islands and stuff, went up a lot more this year. Street sweeping and our custodial contracted services. Both of those have CPI inflators, so they're going to go up much more next year than they have in many years. Professional technical service, some of that is legal and engineering, but some of it also is things, again, like our township audit has a CPI adjustment, so it's going to go up more. The other compensation, again, most of that increase is really all related to reimbursed overtime in the police department, so I'm not that concerned with that number. The employee benefits is pretty modest overall. And then you have a higher percentage with the maintenance, but really that is the software maintenance costs. We do continue to invest there, and we have seen some cost increases as well. Insurance, we talked about a little bit at the budget workshop, huge increases in both property and cyber insurance this year. That's what accounts for that. And contributions, that's the fire company allocations, and also last year, while it was the first year that we provided 100% of the volunteer fire tax credit, it actually wasn't budgeted, so this year there's actually a variance between what was budgeted in prior year and this year. And then we are at least spending a little bit less money on purchases of new equipment and software and things of that nature. So I'm not going to talk nearly as much on this slide. When you compare the estimated actual to the proposed budget, the vacancies really is what explains the first two line items. Everything that I just explained on the previous slide holds true for basically every other category on here. The only thing I'll mention is communication expenses. That has to do with the radio system that, like highway, all our public works, parks and recreation will use. What we have there is the same thing as in the equipment fund. There's a rental rate related to vehicles and equipment. There's also one related to the radio system, the communications system. Our future estimates of cost of replacing that have gone up a lot, as have a lot of things. So that's the reason that is increasing a little bit more. But you can see the variances with and without the general proposed transfer to the equipment fund in 2022. So I'm going to take a minute here to talk about basically the big three. So that's people, their benefits, and debt service. So when we talk about people, full-time staffing, the board authorized at the workshop inclusion in the budget of 5 additional positions, housing inspector in building and planning, a new parking attendant in parking services, and a 3-person refuse crew. We do and actually have increased substantially based upon the current environment and what we've experienced this year, our vacancy turnover savings calculation. So we think that hopefully is going to be a lot more accurate this year. And then the budget does include a contingency for potential wage increases that aren't offset by other contractual savings with the FOPWA and non-union staff. When you look at employee benefits, we still have had really, really strong success with the health insurance. You see that by the amount of the refunds. In terms of the overall premium increases, they're very minimal to flat, but we are anticipating higher costs as we're hopeful that we're not going to have the same level of staffing vacancies through the year. So, that is going to add some cost to us. We talked about pensions in October, and otherwise employee benefits are generally, not that much different than in prior years. And then finally on debt service, so I alluded to the $15 million earlier and that cost increase that has. 13.2%, it's definitely lower than the 16 to 16.5% this was maybe 6 or 7 years ago. So that's a positive thing. And in terms of when we might need additional debt, I'm just going to say we're going to defer and punt on that conversation until at some point in 2023. Once the board gets through discussions on the CIP, talks again about ARP allocations at some future point, that would be really the time where we would look at that again. And then in terms of any other expenditures and certain things that the board might want to consider, we'll be talking about library staffing a little bit later, contributions to volunteer fire companies and outside agencies. And obviously there could be Other things that the board wants to discuss through this budget process, either things they want to add or things you want to remove from the budget or the CIP. So to segue to the CIP, overall $41.5 million for 2023 only, all funds township-wide. Again, ARP funds are kind of a wild card in here. That obviously can reduce overall township costs. And as I spoke to earlier, we still have sufficient bond proceeds remaining, so no immediate need to enter the debt market right now. In terms of those ARP funds, those decisions to be made by the board are going to have an impact and might be a substantial impact. But there can be other things that the board also might want to do in terms of adjusting the CIP, which also might influence our overall financing approach. Just a couple of quick slides here. This shows you the top budgeted CIP projects across all funds or revenue sources. So whether it's state funds, federal funds, ARP funds, et cetera, the top 10 are shown here. And then this slide shows you the top 10 just in terms of funds that the township contributes basically through its, traditionally through its bond proceeds. So where does this all add up in terms of where the township is going financially? This is the time of year where we focus on our updated general fund financial forecast. You see the assumptions that are kind of laid out here throughout the forecast. And then the overall numbers. The key takeaway that you're going to look at on this slide, I think, is probably that final bullet, at least where things stand right now. Again, these projections are kind of difficult. I'm going to talk about that in a second, is we fall below the 15% of expenditures number by the end of 2024. Obviously, if we have better financial performance the rest of this year, better financial performance than projected in 23, that can change things. This gives you kind of a 5-year look back in terms of actuals and then projected. You can see, obviously, right here, this is the COVID decline in revenues. That's the huge rebound we had. And remember that even the variance we have in the 22 estimate, without that transfer, though, the expenditure number would be just below the revenue number. This is what I call the kitchen sink slide because it has everything on it. Your revenues, your expenditures, it shows your fund balance and how that fund balance has changed over time and over the projected period in comparison to the fund balance policy. Again, you see how that fund balance is projected to decline, at least as of right now. On this slide, I kind of talk about, where we are in terms of an outlook is still positive today, but there's a lot of uncertainty. And I would honestly say this is probably one of the least confident projections I've done for this board. Coming out of election season and polling season, I'd have a really, really high margin of error on this. And that's because, our biggest cost driver in the general fund is wages. We don't know what those are going to be next year. And then we have the ARP allocations. The board still has to deliberate and decide what they feel is best for the community in terms of how to use those allocations. That could have a significant impact on these. And then there's general uncertainty in the economy. Generally, people kind of think about, the economy might be getting bad right now. How does that impact the township? Generally, public finances will lag the private economy by a period of about 12 to 18 months. So if you start to see, things are going down, unemployment's going up, things of that nature, it's probably not going to impact the township much in 23. Where we're going to probably start to see is we would see it in 24 and beyond. Same thing happens when the economy rebounds. We tend to lag. That's something that's seen across various business cycles and governmental revenues. So in terms of overall next steps, Commissioner Zeloff was kind of alluding to this at the beginning of the presentation. This is your road to an adopted budget in terms of everything from tonight and what we'll be discussing to future public hearings and hopeful adoption. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, comments, and feedback. Hopefully the information and data that we've presented tonight will help inform your decisions. And we change these presentations a little bit each year. We try to keep a general format, but hopefully you find them helpful, or if there's other information the board feels they need, just let us know. We'll be happy to get it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think the presentation is very helpful, particularly because it's a very detailed budget. And so to have the overview is helpful to us and certainly to community members in this township who want to get a somewhat brief overview of a $70 million operating budget that's proposed in 2023. There is a budget message in the front of our budget from the township manager. I recommend it. If you haven't had a chance to read it, there's a lot of good information that is also a somewhat more detailed summary than what we just heard. We certainly benefited as a township from strong revenue and a strong fund balance, our rainy day fund, which enables us to have a deficit budget again proposed for 2023. And as noted in the township manager's message, it is maintaining and actually increasing our level of service, because what's included in here is, for the first time in a long time, 5 new positions. So adding to our staffing level, which is a change in direction, because we have been reducing it slowly over time for many years. Our management team has improved upon prior budgets in terms of actual performance and has done so repeatedly. And in fact, the township, if you take out 2020, the year of COVID, the township, and you take out one-time transfers from the general fund, which get included in expenditures, but are not actually an expenditure of operating the township. You take that out, the township has not run a deficit since 2014. And I know that because Eric and I had an interchange today in which he told me that. That's really remarkable. The revenue estimates for 2023 are essentially flat from the actuals in 2022, and the increase in expenditures is proposed to be 4.1% in the budget over the estimated actual for 2022, and I think that's a very important comparison. I much prefer a comparison of budget to estimated actual than budget to budget, and so that's it's in Eric's slide deck, and I think that's on page 20 of his slide deck. We can talk about this and the capital budget, and so with that, I open it up to other members of this committee who have questions or comments for our Chief Financial Officer and our Township Manager. Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Commissioner Steiner. Eric, I join in Commissioner Zell's comments with this excellent presentation. I just have a quick comment on the 2022 general fund revenue trends, which is page 31 of our packet. I think it's slide 5, particularly the departmental earnings, and it's a reference to significant increases in police services for reimbursed overtime. Then it talks about parking revenue, recreational program. So the other one, the parking revenue, recreational program revenue, and so forth, I understand. Were there any activities that were driving the increases in police services?
So there's mainly 2 things. So, we might have community groups that might ask for a police officer at various things, but the main thing we have is Mainline Health has asked for kind of a standard detail at Llanfair Hospital at various times, and that's been increasing over the last 2 years. So that's the number that's really driving this up. And, as police officer costs increase every year, I go through a calculation and increase that special duty overtime rate. So that's why it's projected to increase again next year. The only other thing that really gets into that category in terms of next year is our agreement with the Borough of Narberth in terms of providing police services actually has a CPI inflator, so that's going to increase quite a lot next year. Again, your 8% kind of number, at least that we're looking at right now. So those are the 2 things I would mention.
Okay. Again, probably somewhat hard to predict, but it would be a constant in terms of
Yes, and I did
revenue
ask
producer.
police command staff. At this point, they don't have any knowledge that that level of special duty is going to decrease in any way. So we anticipate it will continue.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you.
Other
Can I
commissioners?
ask a follow-up just on that?
Commissioner Bernheim,
Thank you
yes.
very
How about
much.
a follow-up and any other comments?
Fair enough. Let's do the follow-up first. Howard, I have some recollection that Mainline Health contributed to police service, may have been during the pandemic or whatever it is, that they had wanted some additional service. And then, oops, my apologies. And then, let me just get this off.
Just throw it on.
Yeah, I will. In any event, that they had contributed to some of the police costs that we had? Am I correct?
I don't recall that exactly. Township Manager McNeely, do you recall something specific? Was there a one-time contribution?
Yeah,
they were
President Steiner
special
just
cuts.
noted that they had paid for overtime or something like that, so.
I mean, anyone who requests overtime in a state, we say, sure, you can have it as long as we can provide the officers, but we're going to bill you for it.
Okay, all right, okay.
the
All right,
I'm
so
I'm not
so
sure if
this
it's
was fine.
something outside
And
of
I'd
that.
like our manager to also comment.
Yeah, no real contribution, Commissioner. It was just a ramp-up of the extra duty that they were using with police services. They just went to a whole lot more hours at Lankenau year by year by year.
Right.
And so that number keeps growing.
Right. And so what you were discussing with Commissioner McComb was just the increased need at Mainline Health, what are called normal policing, which is something that would fall under.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it
okay.
corresponds with a couple of things. One is the pandemic. I think they did see an increased need there. And I think maybe they've become accustomed to it and they appreciate it, so they've continued it, even as maybe numbers and things of that nature have waned. But I think that, hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Then, just two minor things. One, you talked about format, and I certainly agree with everybody. It's an excellent, presentation. But, excuse me, on page 17, you have the pie chart, which is public safety, and it shows it at 40.3%, which includes both police and fire.
Correct.
I think it would be beneficial, I may have referenced this once before, of breaking that out, because the split back of a napkin's about, 88% to 12%, so that,
Correct.
we could show that.
Sure.
And then, secondly, I only asked this because you made reference that you took a look at it, and it is curiosity, because, excuse me, the transfer tax change, and it is unlikely, as the budget that you're presenting to us reflects, that it will be the same in 2023 as it is in 2022. But you noted you had an opportunity to look at September and October, which is showing a decline in the residential market. Was that decline that you noticed because of the number of sales, or if you're able to tell the price of sales, or some combination?
It's really the volume of sales. I have not seen changes, at least that would stick out to me in the reporting we receive in terms of pricing, in terms of average pricing. It's really that we've gone from having 110 to 120 a month to having 60 to 70. Again, part of that is cyclical. Part of that is probably there were a lot of people that were rushing to get to closing in, second quarter, early third quarter. But again, so far, at least from what I've seen, prices have held up. It's really the volume. And again, where we've been and where we're projecting is, 2021, we were about 6.1, a little bit more in real estate transfer. We're thinking we're going to get to about 600,000. I still think that is definitely achievable after seeing the numbers that came in today. And then next year, we think it's going to drop down to about 5.6 million. We'll see. Everyone's always can look into their crystal ball and see how accurate or inaccurate I think that is. If interest rates stay high, it also might be a point where things normalize and people do want to sell their houses or people want to move in. But I think, again, as I've said kind of repeatedly on real estate transfer tax, at least in this township, it really depends on the volume of sales because the prices are very stable to only generally going in one direction. That's all.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Zeloff, thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners with questions or comments for our management team. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just have a question on the revenue side. One has to do with the great little, the pie chart on side 14. And this struck me always, I love it, I'm a visual learner. But do we have a sort of a best practice breakdown of all the different allocated or expected uses of our revenue? And are we seeing a bit of an over-reliance on the real estate tax slice of the pie?
So are you saying basically, is there like a best practice
Yeah,
in
do
terms
our
of a
auditors
proportion of
say-
revenues, where you get them from? Is that what you're saying?
I think what I'm asking is, do our auditors suggest that we have too much in the real estate pie or not?
Our auditors would never comment on something
Okay.
like that, because that's really a policy question of the
Okay.
board. In terms of the real estate percentage, you alluded to that, that's actually dropped if you look over about a 5 to 10 year period, because the business taxes, real estate transfers, departmental earnings, licenses and permits have generally grown. So as a proportion of the overall budget, as the real estate taxes remained flat for over a decade here, that number has dropped. At one point, it was just above 50%. It's been dropping now to just under 46%, and the others have increased.
Okay. My next question for you is also on the revenue side. On the interest income, we anticipate about 643 or so. Generally speaking, do we attach that to an enterprise fund? Do we put it into our general fund? Can we suggest a specific use for that in terms of best practices?
Well, in terms of, the numbers you see here are just for the general fund. And in terms of, we have interest income. When you look in the fund budget section, you look at every single fund, there's interest income in every fund. So the solid waste fund has it, the equipment fund has it, the ARP fund has it. Every fund that has, cash in it earns interest on that cash. We do have a program when we started, even more this year when we saw the increasing in interest rates. It's called basically laddering, is you kind of have between 3 to 6 month periods of where we kind of put money into various CDs, because we can't really invest in lots of different things in accordance with state code. So that way, it's not like we're putting and tying up money for an extremely long or longer period of time. So we're always able, every month or two, to take advantage of increases in interest rates. So we found that very helpful. And if you look back at our July estimate, I think we were probably in the 400,000 to 500,000 on the interest income, and now we're increasing it more. And if those rates do continue to increase, obviously they have negative impacts on us in terms of potential real estate transfer tax and other things, but there is the positive that the idle cash that the township has and invests, we do earn more on it. In terms of what you use it on, totally up to the board. It's a general fund revenue, just like any other general fund revenue. You decide through your appropriation process how you use it.
Thank you.
President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff, and thank you, Eric, and your team for this. This is outstanding. I try not to take this for granted. I mean, I think to myself how much different this conversation would be and how much more work this would be if we didn't have a presentation that was this thorough and careful, and a chief financial officer who could answer questions as readily as you do. So this is terrific. I had two small questions. The first is you had mentioned that we increased the staffing, we authorized staffing by 5, but you had also mentioned that last year on average we were down 20 to 30 FTEs. I'm just wondering how much of the authorized staffing you were forecasting we would actually have full for next year's expenses. Is that like 100%?
So basically what we do is we look at overall salary budgets, employee benefit budgets, and we kind of have a factor of which we look at historically basically the difference between what we budgeted on those things and what we actually spent. So that basically, that variance gives you what that vacancy number is. So, maybe a couple years ago, we would look at that total and say 1.5% of that's going to be our vacancy number. And we might increase that by, we know we have a vacancy that is in X department that we know is going to be at least 6 months, or maybe we don't plan on filling it, whatever the situation is. So we had about 1.7 million in the 2022 budget for the vacancies, and we went way past that. So we've substantially increased kind of that factor this year. That's why that's going from the 1.7 to the 2.3 number. One thing that potential economic unease might have an impact is we might have a little bit of a quicker time and easier time finding people if things change. I think what really kind of happened this year is I think through COVID and things of that nature, a lot of staff kind of put off their future retirements. And I think we kind of had a whole bunch at one time. And then especially when you look at the police side, what's happened is you've heard from the superintendent in terms of the difficulty in recruiting, and that has also had a substantial impact on those vacancies.
Okay. So we can hope to get higher utilization, and there's a factor in there.
Yes.
Okay, great. So the other question I had was about your general fund revenue forecast after 2023, which is pretty much flat. It's about 70 million, sort of ticks up, 70 and a half, ticks up to 71 and a half by the end. And I've always understood, we generally don't get any revenue growth from the property tax side because things don't get reappraised unless the base goes up. That's pretty flat.
Yeah,
but we have the business tax, now 20%. And are you thinking that revenue is basically going to be flat going forward? Is that what underlies that projection?
So I'll say two things. Remember the one slide we showed with that assessed value growth? So, the 0.45% next year could easily be $130,000, $140,000 that's added to the base. Not a huge amount in concept of the entire budget, but when that happens 10 years in a row, as that's been roughly an average number, you have another $1 million in real estate tax and you haven't touched the millage. So that's point one, I would say. The other thing in terms of the projections that I have right now, for business tax, I again, have a pretty decent increase in there for next year. And I wouldn't be surprised, the more this year's gone on and I've seen the returns we've gotten, the more bullish I am on next year. Really, the unknown is really what happens economically. Because if we do have an economic downturn to some degree, is we're really going to start to see that in 24 in those business taxes. So I am maybe a little bit pessimistic on that side. The only other things that, can play a role in that, we do have some larger businesses in the township. How they fare can sometimes have an outsized influence on how the township does. Some of those things we can project and we can talk to people about. Some of those we just have to wait and see what happens. Generally, the trajectory has been positive. We have outperformed the revenues, but honestly, when you look back at the slide of revenues to expenditures, and we were down, 62 million in 2020. If you had told me, tail end of 2020 when we were in the depths of COVID and all on Zoom, that we would be consistently above $70 million in revenue from 21 to 26, I would have taken that in a heartbeat at that point. So, maybe I'm a little bit pessimistic by nature. I think finance directors always are, but that's generally thought to be a positive thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we'll
so
have to see.
I completely get. So there's as you said, there's tons of uncertainty around this, right? The margin of error is huge, and if you were to tell me, look, you have no idea, and so what you're doing is your best projection is what we have now. It's that's also fine. I look at 20% of our revenues coming from businesses, and I think, well, if their revenues just keep pace, with inflation, right? They're up 5%, let's say. Yeah. And then 5%, 20%, and 5% is a percentage point of our revenues, right? And so that's $700,000. And so it just seems like that element, who knows if it ends up being way above that trend or way below the trend, but that trend should be, at least a current going in the right direction for us.
Yeah,
right?
and one of the things I'll be interested in next year is, we do have a lot of car dealerships in the township, and generally, from car dealerships, they might be selling a few less cars, but the cars that they're selling generally for more right now. So it will be interesting to see in terms of that, kind of general sector, where do those gross receipts line up? Because, maybe they're down 10% of their vehicles, but they still might be up 4% in terms of the gross receipts, and things of that nature, so.
Okay. Well, certainly, it seems like the economic foundation of our township is really strong.
Yes, so-
And we are very fortunate for that. Thank you, Eric.
And on that note, well concluded, President Sinai. Any other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. Is there a pension contribution?
Yes.
For 2023 and
That is on slide, the slide number is 22, 837,000, as we talked about in October.
for the past, I guess, 3 budgets, we've been paying, a considerable amount of money for our pension, and I always thought that it was oversubscribed. Are we going to get any relief from this?
So I would say a couple of things. So historically, the township hadn't had to make many contributions to their pension plan. That's a black swan in government and in the private sector. We were extremely fortunate that we've had a pension board that has managed things so wisely without, the need of outside investment advisors and things of that nature. The other thing that's happened, Commissioner Churchill, as we've brought to the board a couple times over previous years, is we've had to do some changes to our assumptions in regards to like mortality. People are living longer. When you change those assumptions, your cost, your normal cost that you assume for the pension plan going forward is higher. The only other thing I would say is if you've taken a look at any of your personal investments this year, it's been really, really bad. So if we end up having, say, a 15% decline in the pension plans, put them in total, obviously there's 2 plans this year, that's a 22%, over a 22% decline versus our actuarially estimated return we have each year, about 7%. So those funded ratios are going to drop when we do our next actuarial valuation. So I think the decline we've seen in values and the fact that people are living longer really have combined to mean that the township does have to put some money into the pension plan. So again, I'll say putting in maybe a bit over 1% is, 99.8% of local governments who would trade with the township in a heartbeat for that. When I left my previous employer, I think pension costs were about 12% of general fund. So they still are very manageable. We still will aim to minimize them as much as possible. I do think there's a little bit of hope that state aid, there's a new legislation that went in place that we believe, even the township actuary confirmed this with me, that they believe it's going to stabilize and hopefully increase it a little bit more going forward. So that might provide a little bit of relief. I don't think it's going to mean that our 800 number goes down to 200,000, but it might help restrain those future costs. But, pension costs have been with us for a few years. I think they're going to be with us for a few years more. I think the important thing is that we try to restrain those cost increases as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioners with questions or comments on Eric's presentation? Seeing none, do any members of the public have any questions or comments?
Just a couple of quick things. One, I noticed when the numbers were up there, we had a huge amount for employee benefits, compared to salaries. But, then
What
I looked
benefits?
at it and I
I'm
noticed
sorry.
that.
Could you speak a little closer to your microphone? Mr.
Sorry.
Anderson?
All right. I noticed though that.
And could you repeat your last sentence?
Sure. I noticed that there was a large amount next to employee benefits as well as employee salaries. However, I just wanted to note that according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, government employees get approximately 40% of their total compensation from employee benefits. And for Lower Merion, it's considerably lower. So I do remember a few years ago, there's a total shift in how employee benefits are allocated, and I think that's just something to note, that, while Lower Merion is still able to provide a decent salary and decent benefits, it's considerably lower than what the average government employee gets. However, I know that Lower Merion likes to say, use the term first-class township, not just as a government definition, but as a marketing slogan. But when you look at the slide of revenues trending downward for several years and expenses trending upwards for several years, you can't really be a first-class township then, when something's going to have to give. If we don't cut services back, you're going to end up not providing anything really, because your taxes are going to have to meet the demand for those services as revenues are dropping. So something has to give. However, when there was a slide about the average real estate tax, and one of the things it's always said, no taxes have been raised for the past 12 years or whatever the case may be. If you think about it, that's not really a great thing in the scheme of things, because 5 years down the line, when the fund balance is below 15%, there will be a tax increase, and it's going to be a considerable tax increase to meet the arbitrary or governmentally mandated fund balance requirements of 15%, or even what it was before, of 18 or 20 or 30%. And when you look at the average assessed home, there was one of the amounts, I believe, was $300,000, and I think it was $1,550. A $25 increase on that is approximately 1.4%, and that's a $20 increase for the tax year. A total increase for a $300,000 home. That would net Lower Merion at least $600,000. That's not a lot, but that's a small, raindrop in the bucket, that if years go on, you're not going to have to give someone a $100 or $200 tax increase. And I know no one likes to raise taxes, especially myself, but when we know that the economy is the way it is, and even the CFO said, he's conservative about the budget. We do have to think about that. If you want to continue to provide the great services that Lower Merion has provided in the past, a $20 tax increase on real estate, especially compared to the Montgomery County taxes and the Lower Merion School District taxes, is not that much to ask of residents to continue to provide, every service that's offered, as well as the great employees that we have and the great benefits that we offer to everyone. So that's that. Thank you.
Other members of the public with questions or comments? Before I turn it over to Eric, our manager, I'll respond to Mr. Abramson. Our services have not only been maintained, but as I noted a moment ago, they're actually increasing, because for the first time in a long time, we've got 5 new positions in our budget. 5. I mean, that's a significant number. So that's an increase in services. The township's cash on hand and fund balance is significant. As I also noted, the township management's performance against budget is generally, they outperform the budget and take a deficit budget and turn it into a break even. And that's been the case for many years. In fact, we haven't, other than the year of 2020, we haven't had a deficit year since 2014. That's a remarkable performance. And so the township does look ahead, and many of the issues you've raised have been considered by commissioners and by the management team each and every year going through this budget. I think the township, I'll ask our chief financial officer or manager to comment on the benefits percentage. That may take a little research because different things can go into a category like that. But I would bet our benefits compare favorably to many municipalities, but maybe our manager knows more about that. Those are some quick observations. Eric, do you have any response, particularly on the benefits percentage that Mr. Abramson cited?
I think Mr. Mr. Abramson might have been referring to the one slide where there's kind of a pie on salaries and benefits and such, and the benefits is it's listed as 15.6%, but that's as a whole of the general fund budget, not as a percentage of the salaries. His number that he actually quoted as of 40% of salary is actually the general benchmark that we actually give to department heads and such. If they are requesting a new position and they're costing it, that's the number that we give them to use. So I think that number is relatively consistent with what he stated and what governments see kind of across the board. I'm not sure if the township manager has anything else to add.
Great, that's very helpful, thank you. Okay. I would just then close by one thing I wanted to say but didn't, is want to thank our management team for the remarkably well-managed healthcare plan that is offered to our township workforce, and how in an era of 6 to 7% healthcare inflation, what's proposed in the 2023 budget is 2%. And that's a plan that our manager sits on the board of, and is essentially a, you'll provide me the better words, but a plan in which it's not run by a private company, but run by a consortium of municipalities. And so we benefit when the plan benefits. And that has worked out considerably well, and is a very strong plan for our workforce. So I don't think we can ever thank our manager enough for instituting that, along with the health savings plan that is a foundation for that health care benefit that is offered to our workforce.
Thank you.
And so with that, thank you very much for your presentation, Eric and Chris. And then I think what naturally flows from the discussion of the 2023 budget is the next item on our agenda, which is for this committee to consider authorizing the advertisement for the proposed ordinance, which would be for the appropriations that are in the 2023 budget and the tax levy. This is a step that we take because when we pass a budget and a millage rate of taxes, it is via ordinance, and when we have an ordinance, we have a process for doing so. So to get started, I will move that the committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise notice of intent to adopt an ordinance imposing a levy for general fund purposes on all taxable real estate in the township in the amount of 4.19 mils, which is unchanged from 2022, on each $1 of assessed valuation, adopting an annual budget and appropriating specific sums estimated to be required for the purposes of municipal government for the 2023 fiscal year, and approving the 2023 to 2028 six-year capital improvement program known as the CIP. Do I have a second to that motion? Commissioner Bernheim seconds. Eric will explain more, but the ordinance is a three-page ordinance that is attached and really identifies not 70 million, but almost 152 million of receipts coming in, including receipts of grants that are then used for much of our, or some of our capital expenditures, and then appropriations of the same amount, and the all funds summary, which is attached, which is gives you a more detailed understanding of the funds flow in the township. So Eric, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, so you don't pass a budget just for the general fund, you pass it for all funds.
Commissioner Kramer, I'm going to come to commissioner comments. I haven't skipped that part.
Actually, I was hoping that we could defer this briefly because Commissioner Whalen has been delayed with a business meeting and he's on his way here. And perhaps we could change the order so he could at least be present for this part of the meeting.
I would like to, what else do we have on our, we're getting near the end of the meeting. I mean,
He's on his way. And I know that we've had issues in the past when we've considered such issues, and not every commissioner could be present.
I'm not exactly sure what that means. All right, we'll, do you know how soon Commissioner Whalen will be?
I don't know. I know he had a business meeting and he's on his way. He got delayed. He expected it to be over and he's on his way.
This is just a committee.
Yeah, we're just advertising and for a public hearing, and there will be opportunity to speak about this issue at the public hearing on the 16th and the public hearing on the 30th. This is a item that, we typically do as a matter of course. President Sinai, do you?
I think there's a little harm to putting it at the end of the agenda, and if it,
I will follow
matters
that.
just a tiny little bit, then to someone might not.
Follow that advice.
Okay.
All right, we'll put that, we'll hold that, and we'll go to item number 10 on tonight's agenda, which is authorization to advertise the proposed ordinance for 2022. This is the deficiency ordinance. So this is also a ordinance that we consider at this time of year, and it's really a very effective way of amending our budget without amending our budget in the course of the year. But as the year comes to a close, we identify where there has been spending in excess of what's been authorized, which is what really the budget process is. And so this deficiency ordinance is also something that will be considered after a public hearing and adopted before the end of the year. Eric, do you want to tell us more about that?
Yeah, so basically, if within a fund we have a 2022 estimated expenditure that's higher than the 2022 adopted budget, the board needs to provide additional appropriation authority. That's what this ordinance does. So when you look in the issue briefing, you see that in section 4 in the general fund, it's related to the proposed one-time transfer. The highway aid fund and special revenue funds, we received more revenue from the state than we had anticipated. Those are basically pass-throughs. The sinking fund was related to the debt service, the first annual or semi-annual interest payment for the new debt that we issued in March. The sanitary sewer fund and the equipment fund are just because we did have higher expenses, whether they be utility and engineering expenses in the equipment fund, or whether they be, as again we've talked about several times, higher gasoline, diesel, parts and materials, tire expenses, et cetera, in the equipment fund budget. So the ordinance itself doesn't really have much of an impact on the township's finances. Supplemental appropriation authority has a very limited impact on the fund balance of each of the respected funds. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. And the biggest number on the deficiency ordinance is a general fund amount that's just under $1 million, and is due to the fact that what's proposed is a transfer from the general fund to the equipment fund of $2 million. In the absence of that, that line item would not be on this deficiency ordinance. And so, as Eric pointed out, there's just 2 of these 6 items in which expenditures have exceeded or expected to exceed the budget that has been adopted for 2022. Comments or questions from committee members on this item? Seeing none. Do any members of the public have any comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise notice of intent to adopt an ordinance to amend Ordinance 4234 adopted December 15th, 2021, making a change in certain appropriations, some of which have proven to be larger than needed and some to be insufficient, and authorizing the proper township officers to make the required transfers from and to appropriations heretofore made of receipts and not heretofore estimated. Do I have a second? Vice President Gavin seconds. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously, Madam Secretary. Okay. We have an item that is for a final item for a resolution for consideration by the committee is for what has been discussed at various times tonight, a proposed transfer from the general fund to the equipment fund. We have discussed this, I believe, 2 times in the course of this year. There has been an explanation of the why the equipment fund is going to have has a need for the 2023 and beyond, and we have asked our staff to make a specific proposal. They have provided a range previously, and so tonight they have made a specific proposal. So, Eric, can you explain what you have proposed and why?
So just a couple of very quick highlights from the issue briefing. We talked about this at the budget workshop, and we talked about it's something we could do in 2022. It's something maybe we could do in 2023. From staff perspective, my perspective, it makes much more sense to do this in the 2022 fiscal year, given the financial results that we have, really positive financial results, and the proposed 2023 budget figures. I think what this shows is then there's not as stark of a potential drawdown in one fiscal year, more measured drawdown. I think that would be viewed more positively from an external perspective. And I think the township has the ability to do this, and I think we should do it in this fiscal year. The one thing I'm going to just kind of call your attention to in the issue briefing is, we did provide an initial range on this as around 1.5 to 2.5 million for a one-time transfer. The lower end of that range was kind of in our minds if the board also opted to increase the general fund percentage that it contributes to the equipment fund as part of its vehicle rental rate that's currently at the 50% level. If we were going to do kind of a tandem thing, we were going to be kind of at the lower end of that range. We were going to be at the higher end of that range if there was no change to the 50% level. What we heard at the budget workshop was do the one-time transfer now, evaluate the 50% level in the future. So because of that, we're kind of in the 2 to 2.5 million range. We believe the 2 million is sufficient and a prudent number for now. We think it will definitely buy us time to see what happens with this current inflationary environment that we're in. And we'll also buy the board time in case sometime in the future it wants to either repeat this type of transaction or take a harder look at the equipment fund rental percentage. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Questions or comments from committee members on this item? Commissioner Bernheim.
Yeah, thank you very much. Wholeheartedly support this. I think that only Commissioner Zeloff and Churchill and I were the ones here when we dropped this from 100% down to 50%, and that was for some adjustments when we were staring at some potential tax increases that the majority of the board at that time was not in favor. The concept was to return this to a higher percentage level promptly. So if that's about a decade ago, for legislators, we're probably moving maybe a little less promptly than one might prefer, but it's an appropriate suggestion that is far past its time. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Kramer.
If we were to transfer 2 million from the general fund over, how would that affect our deficit or our percentage that we, percentage?
So
that we
the
have
numbers
in our
that were in the
reserve?
presentation, the slide deck I provided, all assume that this $2 million occurred. So when you looked at
Oh, it did.
that,
It
yes.
did assume that. I thought
Yes,
it
it
assumed-
assumed
it
that.
did-
So
it
in
assumed it did
terms
not
of
occur.
where we
Okay.
would end 2022 and then ending 2023 at about 23% fund balance level, that's all kind of
That's all
baked into the cake.
Worked into it. Okay, I thought it was just the opposite. I thought it was not included. But thank you for clarifying that.
President Sina.
Thank you, and Eric, thank you for this, and thank you to the people who are on the board when they originally put this program into place, because what it does is it means that we actually budget for replacing our capital as it depreciates away, and that is like an extremely fiscally responsible thing to do. We got to pay the money anyway, right? And it's either going to hit our budget every year, or it's going to go into this. And so what we do is, if you're transferring $2 million, that's money that is an expenditure. It's going to this fund is going to, the equipment fund is going to pay for equipment out of it. Eric, one of the accounting things that the township does is it has the various departments pay into this fund for their utilization. And I think, as Commissioner Bernheim mentioned, the replacement rate got reduced, presumably at some point when we wanted to defer costing that out to our budget. And we're no longer at that point. So there are two ways to handle this. One is to move money from the general fund over. The other, as he says, to increase that payback, that replacement rate. And so why do you recommend the 2 million instead of bumping up the replacement rate? My sense is that 100% would be overfunding it, but higher than 50.
So, I mean, I'm kind of taking the general feedback that I got from the board at the budget workshop. The main comments that I heard back was, do the one-time transfer now, look at the percentage later. So
I think that was one of those comments.
Yeah, so that's where that comes from.
Okay.
In terms of, I think what we're probably going to end up doing is, maybe as part of our mid-year update that we do in July, like we did this year, kind of have a supplemental kind of report on the equipment fund, and kind of add that into, just like we do with the solid waste fund and the sewer fund, is looking at that on a more regular annual basis. We haven't done that historically because, one of the reasons the board changed that 100% policy down to 50% is they looked and we had $10.5 million in cash and investments sitting in the equipment fund and had no, need that we were going to be spending near that over the next 3, 4, 5 years. So while it was fully funded, someone can make an argument that we could use that for other purposes at that time.
So let me rephrase my question. I think I have a little clearer sense of what I want to ask now. So it's equivalent whether if we regularly transfer money from the general fund to the equipment fund, or if we have the departments kind of pay it and we pay it kind of out of that budget, right? When we're looking at the forecast, does that forecast assume that we increase the rental rate in the future?
The forecast right now assumes the 50% level.
It assumes
because that's
50%
generally
and no
what we've
future
been doing.
transfers.
So going back to some of the information we provided you earlier on in this process, if you went from 50 to 60%, that's about roughly to the general fund, I think about $190, maybe $200,000 hit. Okay. So, that gives you a little bit of a sense as to how that would ramp up. Mm-hmm. So that's certainly something, to repeat what I said then, the one-time transfer is a kind of very good Band-Aid. The rental rate on a recurring basis is kind of a more systemic structural solution. I definitely think at some point, if the current environment stays the same, the board's going to want to move towards that structural solution. I don't think it has to right now if it's willing to put some of its good fortune it's had through its financial performance into the fund right now.
Okay. I think I would find it easier to understand the budget forecasts if they basically kept our equipment stock at a constant paid for level.
Yeah.
Right? And just, however one budget, maybe that's $200,000 extra a year in expenditure. That would make sense to me, but that's...
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. Last year, I asked for an increase in our funding level, I believe, from 50 to 60%. I would still advocate that. The reason that we went down from 50%, as I recall, we were still suffering through the Great Recession. We were looking for ways to cut costs, and this was one way to do it. That has passed us, but I think that going forward, equipment's only going to cost more. And inflation, supply chain issues are they're not going to resolve themselves in the next year or two, and I just believe that it's prudent to increase our
equipment fund balance. So I don't think we have to wait till June. We know what it's going to happen. You know, we're going to have to take money from our general fund and to cover our costs. I mean, what happened last year is going to happen this year, and I just think that it's prudent to at least start funding our equipment fund at a higher level than 50%. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? So we did provide feedback to Eric and Ernie when we last discussed this, and with a general sense that a one-time contribution only was the way to go, and Eric's proposal to us was a mid-year review, which he has just reiterated. And I also want to point out that the 50% only applies to the general fund. We fully fund at 100% out of the solid waste fund and the sanitary sewer fund. And so the reason, I know you'll recall this, Commissioner Churchill, that we reduced the contributions to the equipment fund, and Eric explained this, we were holding far more cash than we needed. And it has served us extremely well for 10 years. We have not had to make a change in the funding of the equipment fund until now. Until now is in very unusual economic circumstances of both. The equipment fund does two things, right? It pays for certain equipment, so it's capital expenditure, and it pays for maintenance of the equipment, tires and gas and so on. And that has gone up in price. So we've had very unusual, right? This wasn't predictable a year ago. We've had very unusual cost increases. Commissioner Churchill, I do not share the view that it's inevitable that all that's going to continue. It may or may not, which I think is why a mid-year review is the appropriate thing to do. And so I think the $2 million is been, we asked for a specific recommendation, and that's what's been received by the committee, and that amount makes sense to me. And then I want to add that in the slide deck early on in the slide deck, Eric noted that ARP funds can be used to reduce the general fund transfer to the equipment fund. Also in Ernie's budget message, he says the same thing. We do not have to make that decision now. It may make sense to consider that when we get the list of equipment that will be purchased in 2023 out of the equipment fund. We often get that list very early in the year. In January, I understand from Eric that nailing down prices has been a challenge for Public Works, and so when we get that list, January or perhaps in the months after, there'll be specific items, and we can consider that ARP funds are used for equipment purchases. And I would make the case at the time, but I would point out that ARP funds are one-time funds, and purchasing equipment is a one-time expenditure. And that's different than the maintenance on the equipment, the gas and the tires and so on. That's because that's an ongoing expenditure. President Sinai and I discussed this briefly today also. It makes sense to consider that at the time that we consider a future allocation of ARP funds. We're not planning to do that tonight. We're not planning, unlikely to do that before year end. We're likely to do that into the new year. The ARP Engagement Committee is still working on that, and Finance Committee is once received, we'll have some discussion and debate time on that as well. So did I make a motion? I did not. Okay, thank you.
I was going to make a motion that you make a motion.
Or you can just elbow me, and that will still get that will get the job done.
Commissioner.
Briefly, Commissioner Kramer?
Yes, briefly. I think it would be highly inappropriate to be using our ARP funds to fill a hole in the budget created by failure to adequately fund the equipment fund over the years. There are so many things that came out of the triad needs assessment, that are of huge priority to this community that the ARP funds should be used for, rather than to plug a hole in the budget like this. And that's my only comment.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
We will have more opportunities to discuss that and hear the views of others on this committee. So with that, I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of the attached resolution authorizing township staff to execute a one-time transfer of $2 million from the general fund to the equipment fund no later than December 31st, 2022. Do I have a second to that? Commissioner Bernheim seconds. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Let's see. Eric, we just have the tax levy and appropriations ordinance and a discussion on library staffing. I believe those are the only two items left on our finance agenda. So let's go to the final item, which is a discussion by this committee, not on the agenda for action. No need to take action tonight. It is a request from our brand new library director, Lynn Williamson, to consider changing some positions in the library department from part-time to full-time. Is this presentation going to be made by Eric, by you,
start, and
or
then
our
I'll hand it
library
off,
director?
if that's all right. So the budget workshop materials noted this issue and stated it would be reviewed by the new director of libraries. Ms. Williamson has provided memos that are in your packets on staffing, which she's going to summarize and then take questions from the Board of Commissioners. If there is support to add this, any additional staffing to the department, that should occur through the budget amendment process, which is not tonight, but is in future meetings. This is really the opportunity for the board to hear from the director of libraries, to ask questions, if we have to get additional information to you, things of that nature, for you to make an informed decision. So with that, I'll ask Ms. Williamson to come up.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. Welcome, Ms. Williamson.
Good evening. How is everyone? How are everyone? I am here, as Eric said, to ask you.
So since it's your first time, I think you're going to have to hold on to the microphone or get closer to it in some way.
Oh, I don't want to hold it, though. There you go. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I've been told many times I have a soft librarian's voice, proven again tonight. So I'm here to ask for your support or questions that you might have about my justification paperwork for an increase from a part-time to a full-time position to support children's services at Belmont Hills Library, an increase from a part-time to a full-time position to support children's services at Ardmore Library, and also increase from a part-time to a full-time position to support cataloging and processing at the processing center. So as was mentioned before, this was brought up at the workshop in June, I believe. I didn't come on.
Actually, in September.
Oh, was it September?
Yeah, I think shortly before you arrived.
Okay, I missed that because I didn't start until September 12th. That was one of the first things that I was asked to do when I came on, and I had looked at the usage statistics and I'd looked at the programming statistics, and I started to ask questions. I was really surprised that we have children's services at all of our locations, provided by full-time staff, except for these two libraries. So I looked in a little bit to the census numbers using a database called Simply Analytics, and I provided that in the justifications, and also looked at our programming numbers, and there are increases there. So that's what led me, to make it a short presentation, except for any questions that you have, to ask for those positions kind of on a question of equity for those neighborhoods and for those children and families there. And then the processing center, I think actually for all three positions, we have difficult. It's relatively easy, I think, compared to other departments to fill positions at the library, because a lot of people want to work for the library because we're a great place to work. However, we've had trouble keeping people. So we hired a part-time position at the processing center. We spent time and money training the person to provide certification so that they could properly catalog the materials. And then 8 or 10 months after she started, she left because she got a full-time position with benefits at another organization. So we were out the time and the effort and the training, and that's kind of what's led me to ask for a full-time position, because we need to be competitive in order to retain those positions. There would be a better return on investment to have the full-time position and retain the employee. And that argument holds true for the three positions, really, but the processing center position is the one that was, the most painful to have the person leave after having fully trained them. Do you have any questions?
I'm sure there'll be questions. I'll start. I see in your memo you've identified 3 positions where you want to make a change from part-time to full-time.
That's correct.
So what is the total additional cost if we agreed to do all 3? What is it you're specifically asking for in terms of additional funding in the 23 budget?
The additional costs roughly would be $111,195.
Okay. It was a rhetorical question. I thought so that everybody else can hear who doesn't have the memo. You note there's a $5,000 savings.
That's because...
Is that included in your number?
No, that's not included in my number. The $5,000 savings is a potential savings that we wouldn't, when we're short, say, short-staffed at Belmont Hills or at Ardmore and need to offer extra hours in order to keep the doors open, we would have, potentially we would have this full-time position, so we wouldn't have to be offering extra hours in order to keep the doors open. So that's our rough guess of savings from the last minute, hey, we need somebody to keep the doors open.
Got it. Okay. Do committee members have any questions or comments? Commissioner Grimes.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Zola. I have just a quick comment, and then I have a question. So in terms of the children's positions, I think you've made a good case for these positions. I think it is a matter of equity. I think there's a demonstrated need. I'm more familiar with it at Belmont Hills, but I have no doubt that it's at Ardmore as well. So I would just think that's money well spent. In terms of the processing center, I'm just curious. I think, and I will admit I didn't pay fully attention, but I think I saw a notice this week that library books are automatically going to be renewed.
Yeah.
So this means that instead of 3 weeks, now everyone basically gets 9 weeks on a book?
So the two things are separate issues, but yes, I'm happy to report actually that the board of the Lower Merion Library System approved a change in policy so that we have automatic renewals now up to 9 weeks. So
Right.
your initial borrow is 3 weeks, and then you could have 2 additional 3-week periods. Materials are not renewed if there's a hold waiting, so only if no one else is waiting for the book.
So I guess my question, and the reason I brought it up now, is that thought to have any impact on the need for processing?
I don't think so. No, our materials going in and out do go through the processing center in terms of filling holds between the libraries and our consortium, McLink. But mostly what we're looking at here is a backlog in materials that need to be cataloged when we buy new materials.
Oh, okay.
So I provided a helpful picture to demonstrate the amount of materials that we have backlogged. And there's some numbers in there as well. I think to help you understand a little bit, bestsellers and things that are widely available can easily be copy cataloged. An individual title might take 5-10 minutes. But our librarians do choose materials that are from small presses that don't already have cataloging available and other specialty items. And so it takes longer to have those cataloging records made from scratch. And so, we buy these materials for our patrons. We want to be able to provide them, but it takes a while right now. Some of them have been waiting since before the pandemic to be cataloged.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for the answer. I guess I wish I could say the longer time periods would help and reduce processing costs, but if not, it's what it is. But thank you for the response. And
Sure.
thank you, Commissioner Zella.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn, for this thoughtful presentation and for digging into the data to help us understand why this is necessary. I just want to remind colleagues that this has been an issue that the library system has been looking at since I came on in January or February.
Commissioner Kramer, would you mind getting a little closer
Yes,
to your microphone?
that this has been an issue that the library system's been looking at for some time, but had been delayed because of the vacancy, and I'm glad that you're here to be able to present this. I'm impressed and kind of amazed at what these two libraries are doing in terms of the increase in the programming, considering these are part-time positions. So I do plan to support the proposal to move these positions to full-time, and thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you.
Other commissioners, Commissioner McKeon.
Thank you, Commissioner Zella. I wanted to thank Ms. Williamson for bringing this forward. Appreciate you looking into this. I fully support converting all three of these positions to full-time. I think it's definitely an equity issue that was presented. And just to give you my personal background on it, I was looking November 19th, 2021. I sent an email to your predecessor, Dave Bellinger, asking him in that letter to convert the Belmont Hills librarian's position to full-time. I had assumed she already had a full-time position because she's such a well-known member of the community, has this online story time, and I was actually really surprised here that she just had a part-time job. And her, like many other people, I think, who have these part-time jobs, are just hanging on. And I'm looking at the meeting minutes from the Belmont Hills Library last month. We have to find a way to keep this person because it is so difficult because of the salary issue. So, you mentioned that there's trouble keeping people. I think this is absolutely a retention issue, and it's important to keep good people who can contribute. So, I think this is really overdue to convert these positions to full-time. So, again, thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. I would just add that I know from my recent employer that there are full-time positions available at the Free Library of Philadelphia for librarians. So we want to keep our librarians here. Right. Yeah.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. Do you have any other staffing issues?
And did you say that again?
Do you have any other staffing issues?
Any other staffing
Yes.
issues?
Are we going to
So
see
are you
next
asking?
year?
I promise I won't come with any additional staffing issues for at least a year.
I like the promise.
They'll call you. Don't make promises.
Other commissioners. Wow, okay. I will observe that you have made a case about retention, as Commissioner McKeon, that's the word he used. To me, it's about increased demand, and you provide data on attendance and programs. That's very compelling. And the difficulty with part-time, we've heard that from our Public Works Director. I do not subscribe to the concept of equity. I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think it has to do with the other things that I mentioned. With that, are there any members of the public who have comments?
Hi, some of you know me. My name is Betty Ann Eisenman. I'm the current Lower Merion Library System Board President. And I just wanted to say that we are thrilled, of course, that Lynn is with us now, and we are thrilled at the presentation she's made with regard to these positions. The board is fully in support for all of the reasons that most of you have identified, that of the increased programming, the retention issues, the huge backlog at the processing center. We do subscribe to, or at least I personally subscribe to equity, but that's another conversation.
Yes.
But for all of the reasons that have been mentioned, the board is very, very strongly in support of this, and I would urge you all to add to the wonderful staff that we have at the library, at all of the libraries, so that they can continue to do the amazing job that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eisman. Other other members of the public? Okay, seeing none, Lynn, thank you very much. This was on for discussion, and I think that the committee has conveyed its views. So we are down to our final item. The motion has been made. This is item 9 on our agenda, which was, after the motion was made and seconded, was delayed. Eric, is there, I don't believe you proceeded with your explanation or brief presentation if you wish to make one on this item.
The only couple of things I'll just say is, again, voting to advertise doesn't in any way handcuff the board in terms of potential changes the board might want to make through the amendment process. So we just spoke about staffing. You can move staffing up, you can still move staffing down. Appropriations can go up, you can move appropriations down through the amendment process. Same thing with the CIP budget, same thing with the tax rate. You can move it up, you could make it go down. Any public comments you get in the future from the board, from the public at public hearings, all of those things still go into what is the final budget and tax levy ordinance that are done. It's all still possible, but legally we do still just have to advertise the budget.
Right,
And the only other thing, sorry, Commissioner Zeloff, just going back to that discussion, just to make the point, when you are adopting this ordinance and you're looking at these numbers, these are all funds. So you're talking not just your general fund, which obviously is the big piece of focus, but all your special revenue funds, all your enterprise funds, your capital projects funds, your debt service fund, everything. So that's why you see numbers in here and you might be like, holy cow, the budget is that big, when you look at it on an all funds basis. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Committee members with questions or comments on this final item on tonight's finance agenda. Commissioner Kramer.
I don't know whether this question is for you, Eric, or whether it's for Jody. I have several questions about and comments about this. But when does the tax levy ordinance have to be advertised? Is this the last date on which it can be advertised? Or
it is not. I'd have to look at the calendar. It has to be advertised once, not more than 30 days before adoption, and not less than 7 days before adoption. So ideally, I would want to.
Today is 9 and we're adopting on 14.
I'm pretty much on.
Yeah, I think the answer, Jody, is this is when we have to do it.
It's showing me multiple calendars. Isn't that odd? All right, let me look at my page.
That's true.
If you don't authorize it for advertisement by next week, then we're going to have some kind of a special board meeting on the 30th, and that really puts us up against the wall. And if for some reason it doesn't get advertised, which has happened where the paper has dropped the ball, and it doesn't get advertised, then we're in a jam. So, yeah.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Township Secretary, kind of like in a jam means you might have to have another meeting after the 14th to adopt the budget.
Sorry.
Because
Yes.
you have to kind of be in this advertising window.
Right.
So,
But that could be postponed for, it could be postponed for a week, for example. Or it could be postponed until the 30th.
I would prefer not to postpone it until the 30th because in order to get it into the paper by the 4th, I would have to send it to the paper by the 29th. Otherwise, we'd have to do it in the Times Herald, which is 3 times the cost. But, it can be done, but it's not preferable.
but I also think, Jody, if I'm correct, this is the Finance Committee, so if they approve this now, it still is, it would go on to next week's board meeting,
Sure,
right?
you can still make changes at next week's board meeting.
Yeah, so next week, I think there is, you could say yes to this or make 10 changes to it and then make 5 more changes next week.
Right.
Commissioner Kramer, this is a committee meeting, and the motion is to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners who meets next Wednesday. So.
So I have a couple of other comments. Number one is that it has always struck me, and I've raised this issue every year, that it is completely backwards for us to advertise an ordinance with a tax levy before we consider amendments to the budget and amendments to the CIP that may affect whether or not we need to have a tax increase. And I don't understand why we would be doing this now, instead of waiting until after we make the decisions on whether there are additional positions that we think should be authorized, for example. Whether there are additional items that the commissioners are going to come forward with that we think should be in the CIP that may be priorities, and other items that we think should be included in the budget. For example, an extra sustainability person, for example. All of these can impact what type of budget and what type of tax increase that we ought to have. I also think that before we should be doing these types of taking votes on these matters, we should have all of the commissioners here. And I know that Commissioner Whalen should be here within 5 to 8 minutes of now. And I think that everybody should be here for votes on these types of issues. So I would therefore like to move that we table this issue until November 30th.
The motion's been made, it has not been seconded. Township Manager, would you like to respond on the process, procedure, and why we're doing this tonight?
I would just say that the township doesn't set the requirements for when we have to advertise and put a budget on public display. That comes from the state. All we're doing, as Eric said, the important thing here is all we're doing is meeting those deadlines in terms of running an ad. And it does seem backwards that you have to advertise and go through with this exercise before you even finalize the budget. But the important thing is that what Eric said is that you can change the tax rate, the allocations, the number of positions in the budget, and you can do that right up through into December when you're getting ready to adopt a budget. So you're just meeting some state-imposed deadlines for getting a budget on public display, advertised, and an ordinance advertised at this point. You still have all the freedom you need to make amendments, and we have a process for making amendments to the budget that we'll go through. And indeed, it may make changes to the tax rate. It may make changes to the total allocations. But that's still within the board's purview. All we're doing here is voting to get a document advertised so we're meeting state imposed deadlines.
Well, can you explain to me why this was chosen as a no increase budget, so that then it requires 8 votes to amend it, as opposed to putting it in at a different number that could then be amended differently?
Well, so Commissioner Kramer, I think that that's what the manager decided to do. That decision was made, so now we've got a manager's budget in front of us. He's not going to go back and change what he's presented to the commissioners. Any other,
If
would
I
you
may,
like to add?
just add that it's my job to draft a budget for the commissioners, and I've done so, and I've suggested a no tax increase budget because with over a 30% fund balance, it's hard to justify. But tonight also marks the end of when it is staff's budget, and we've turned it over to you. Your process begins now and extends through December when you're required to adopt a budget. So this becomes yours from now on. But that's the logic behind the budget I've delivered to you, in that it just does not require a tax increase to continue funding the services that are currently penciled into the budget.
If we,
President Sinai.
If I may just speak to process and not to the tax increase, with your
That
permission.
would be preferable.
Okay, so thank you. As this board knows, but the people in the audience and on TV may not, this issue of the budget and the tax increase needing to be done simultaneously in parallel has been an issue that is sort of a perennial issue. We get to the end of the year and we have this chicken and egg problem. What Vice President Gavin and I and this board have done this year in attempt to start getting around this particular issue is to try and get earlier and more often the priorities of this board embedded in the budget and embedded in the CIP before we get to this stage, right? And so what does that include? That includes this board collectively saying, what are our priorities? And setting a process in motion to get those priorities encapsulated in the budget. And some of it will have happened this year because it's ready, and some of it will happen next year when it becomes ready then. And some of it because of the timing of ARP gets done along the way, I presume. But that is a process to try and deal with this issue. Because the alternative is to come up with like new spending items in December, and that doesn't have a whole lot of runway for really turning them into terrific policy. Right? So look, an agenda that we have had has been to try and make this into a good legislative process to deal with this. Which doesn't mean things don't come up at the end. Of course they do. We're fortunate enough to have a significant general fund balance that, those kinds of variances where they show up in tax increases, which we can amend, or just come out of a general fund balance is something that presumably we could do. And it's certainly been my personal commitment that the way that this board should operate is that we set what we want to accomplish first, and that the budget and taxing comes from that, as opposed to having a budget and tax goal and having that determine our priorities. Right? But that means that we need to have discipline in how we come up with our priorities and how we put those into motion and how they move through so staff can cost them out and staff can give us really informed elements of what should go into the budget. So I'm a fan of this process. I'm sympathetic to as it rolls out. It's slower than we're going to want, and hopefully we'll all be able to work together to make this process sort of running on cylinders as we go through the years.
Thank you, President Sinai. Other commissioners, Commissioner Bernhardt.
Yeah, keeping with the concept of process, if I may, because I think President Sinai's nailed it fairly well. That in addition to soliciting from members of the board what some of their own, say, preferences or goals there are, our manager sets for us, as required in his own contract, each year at the beginning of the year, goals and things that he is going to obtain and work on, which also sets that course in motion. So when, as Manager McNeely indicated, he presents the manager's budget, which he's required to do, and then it comes to us to be our budget. The point I just wanted to bring out procedurally, it requires 8 votes to pass. There's not some searching for words, and I'm sure you didn't mean it in this fashion, jerry-rigging so that it becomes more difficult to make changes. It will always require 8 votes for us to go ahead and adopt a budget. And I can recall situations where we were here late into the, or I should not say late in the evening, early in the morning, in order to go through and make sure that we had a board that had 8 votes to adopt a budget. So we will go through the process, I am sure, and anything that somebody wants to add to it, they will have the opportunity to present it, or if there's something somebody wants to subtract to it. So the process has worked fairly well in the past, and I think it will continue to do so in the future.
Other committee member comments? Are there any members of the public who wish to comment? The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hands.
Point of clarification, you might just rereading the motion for me? We did not get a second on the motion to table, right?
That did not pass.
Did not get a second.
Get a second,
Yeah,
therefore.
maybe we could,
Yeah.
okay.
Commissioner Whalen, the motion is on page 64 of our packet. It refers to the ordinance, the 3-page ordinance that follows. The motion is identical to what's printed. Would you like me to read it back, or would you like to take a moment to read it? The motion is identical to what's on page 64.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. I wasn't clear whether it was identical to the motion that was in
It
the
is,
package.
no, I made no changes. No changes were made to the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hands. Any opposed? One opposed. Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that motion passes 13-1. And that, before I say it closes, I've been reminded that in an email earlier today from our board president, he asked, and he just referred to the amendment process, asked that commissioners who wish to amend either the operating budget or the capital budget submit their proposed amendments, preferably by email prior to Thanksgiving, which is 2 weeks from tonight, 23rd of November. That's not an absolute requirement because the budget can be amended up until the moment we take a vote on it. But President Sinai really outlined a process that for priority setting and what's gotten us to this budget, a manager's budget. And also we have a budget cycle, a proven, reliable budget cycle that really goes for in the course of 12 months. And so, again, that is a request for budget amendments, but not absolutely necessary. So with that, President Sinai, that concludes the almost 3-hour Finance Committee meeting for this evening. And I thank everyone for their participation, and I turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. We'll turn directly to the Building and Planning Committee meeting, and I recognize its chair, Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you, President Sinai, and I'm going to begin the estimated 15-minute Building and Planning meeting. So, we have several items tonight. Before we begin, just a notice, number 6, which had to do with waiving the township code provision about keeping in animals and fowl, has been withdrawn by the applicant. So if anyone is here or watching for that item, it's been withdrawn. So the first item on the agenda is the authorization to release funds held in escrow. There are 3 items. Are there any commissioners who wish to have any of these taken off for separate consideration? Seeing none, I am going to move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to release funds held in escrow as improvement guarantees in accordance with Section 135-5 of the Township Code for the following: 27 West City Avenue, Escrow Release Number 2 for $131,355. 325 Montgomery Avenue, Marion Cricket Club, Escrow Release Number 4 for $40,501, and 130 South Bryn Mawr Avenue, Bryn Mawr Hospital Master Plan, Escrow Release Number 12 for $249,451. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice President Gavrin. Any commissioner questions, comments on any of these items? Seeing none, is there any public comment on any of these items? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Thank you. The second item is on page 14 of the final agendas. These are the items for certificate of appropriateness. I would note that 47 West Lancaster Avenue, which was on the original agenda, has been tabled at the request of the applicant. So we have two items on this, 15 East Lancaster Avenue and 22 East Lancaster Avenue. Do any commissioners want either of these considered separately or a separate presentation? I know Greg is disappointed to hear I see none. So I am going to move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the following certificates of appropriateness as recommended by the Historical Architectural Review Board at the meeting held on November 1, 2022. 15 East Lancaster Avenue, Ardmore Commercial Historic District, number 22-26, and 22 East Lancaster Avenue, Ardmore Commercial Historic District, number 22-27. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice President Gavrin. Are there any commissioner questions or comments on either item? Seeing none, is there any public comment on either of these items? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I get 10. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We now move to the Historical Commission applications, which are on page 19 of the updated final agenda. There are two items here, 9 Sandringham Court and 2 Cedar Lane. Are there any commissioners who would like either of these considered separately or would like an explanation by Mr. Pritchard? I see none, so you're very disappointed, sorry. So I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the following applications as recommended by the Historical Commission at the meeting held October 24, 2022. 9 Sandringham Road, Bala Kinwood, Class 2, number 2022-R-20, and 2 Cedar Lane, Marion Station, Class 2, number 2022-R-22. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner McComb. Any commissioner questions, comments? Any public comment on any of these items? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Greg, thanks for your hard work tonight.
December will be much more interesting, I promise.
Is that a threat or a promise?
It's a promise.
So, yes, thank you. So now we will move to the next item on page 25 of the final agendas. This is a preliminary land development plan for 23 and 27 Llanfair Road in Ardmore. I see our building and planning director, Mr. Leswing, here, who is going to give us a little background, I think.
I can give you some very brief background on this project. What we have before you on the screen tonight is an air photo showing the location of the proposed development. This is 27 and 23 Llanfair Road. It's in between Church Road, Montgomery Avenue, very close to Suburban Square. There are two properties that currently exist. The house has a rhythm or the street has a rhythm of some converted single-family homes that are now multifamily residents. There's also some apartment buildings, and there's a commercial building along this street. Two of these residents that I have indicated here are going to be have been purchased by the applicant. They're going to be consolidated together, demolished, and then two new multifamily buildings will be put in their place. This property, when the two properties are combined, they're about 3/4 of an acre. All the buildings on the site will be will be demolished. There are currently 8 units between the 2 buildings on the site. They'll be replaced with 2 new buildings with a total of 10 units in a different form. There will be on-site parking for the project. It'll be underground and will contain 23 parking spaces for those 10 units. This is just a street view showing the 2 homes that are currently there that are multifamily buildings. They're 2.5 stories. They have individual garages, and they're actually very long lots. These are short in the front but long in the back. This is just showing some of the existing conditions. You can see up at the front area that the homes are there. They're very tight to the street, but there's very long backyards. There's a lot of trees that are shown here. Many of them are going to stay. Most of the trees in the back are Norway maples. They're not native. Several of them, as I'll show you later, maybe need to be removed to put in stormwater management. So there'll be 2 buildings that are coming in. Instead of the buildings being side by side, the new buildings are going to be front to back. The first building, well, both buildings will be 3 stories. The first building will have 4 units. The rear building will have 6 units. They'll be connected by a breezeway between them, and there'll be underground parking serving both of the units, or both of the new buildings, I'm sorry. And this is really the site plan of what this looks like. There'll be frontage along the front of the street. There'll be a driveway that comes in closer to Montgomery Avenue that leads to the underground parking, and essentially this entire footprint here is all going to be underground parking with the buildings, the 3-story buildings on top. For zoning purposes, these are 2 separate buildings, but there is a covered walkway that connects them going through between them. So they function as an updated garden apartment sort of complex. The blue blobs that we have here are stormwater management, as shown on the plan. Currently, this project and these properties have no stormwater management. Stormwater management is a concern of the North Ardmore area. This property will, through redevelopment, have significant stormwater management. This is just a quick plan showing the underground parking. There's a ramp coming down, and there are the 23 spaces down below. There's actually room for storage. There's also room for for trash down in this area. This is a diagram just showing to make sure that all of these spaces can be maneuvered into, that if you show 23 spaces, they actually work as 23 spaces in a parking garage, and showing that there's areas for stairways. Each of the buildings will have its own elevator and own stairway coming in from the basement. This is just a quick sketch showing the driveway. Staff worked with the applicant with the opportunity to upgrade the streetscape. There's currently a 4-foot sidewalk along Llanfair Road that's right next to the curb. There's a lot of traffic that goes down Llanfair Road. Through this redevelopment, the sidewalk is going to be upgraded to 5 feet in width and pushed back from the curb 4 feet. So it'll be a 4-foot planted verge, and then in between the sidewalk and the buildings, there will be 4 street trees that are put in. This is just a quick elevation of the front of the building from the streetscape. The applicant has brought a large rendering on a board. I don't think that the plan that I have here actually does it justice. And I think I would ask them to kind of maybe place it out that the board could see, or the building planning committee could see it. It actually looks better, and it's a little bit more representative of what I have on the screen in our packet. But it's showing the common entry where there's a driveway. This is the driveway. There's a breezeway going through the 2 buildings, and then there's a primary entry to the building in the front. This is what the streetscape will read like without the landscaping. This is just showing the sides of the buildings here. And I will say, I will just reiterate, there are a number of different multifamily buildings on the street in a variety of form. There are townhouses, converted houses, apartment buildings, garden apartments, and larger apartment buildings as you get to Montgomery Avenue. So again, this is just another sketch showing the massing of these buildings. So instead of having the buildings closer to the street and short with a lot of green in the back, this will be much more building area on the site. I will indicate that the applicant is providing 15% of the area as a set-aside for on-site recreation. Many of these projects that we see, the applicants are always paying a fee in lieu towards that because they're developing more of the area. In this instance, the applicant is setting that area aside as required by the ordinance for on-site recreation. This is a site plan just showing the amount of new landscaping that's coming in. The plants that are shown to the back are all new, mostly native along the back, and replacing many of those Norway maples that are invasive and not native. Staff really did sweat the details on the streetscape, making sure that a 5-foot sidewalk was put in and getting a verge that's in this area. We find that the verge does make it much more comfortable for people to walk when you're having that the busy traffic along Llanfair Road. There's just one suggested revision to the conditions. There were some details about the condition for lighting reference specific plans that have been updated. We just wanted to indicate the right plans are listed, and Condition 31 should read, the lighting plan shall be designed to comply with the 2018 IECC or 2016 ASHRAE standard within the adopted, this should be 2017 National Electric Code. Happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay.
And there is no relief, and the applicant accepts all the conditions. Sorry, I haven't done one of these for a while.
Thank you. What I might do to, just to make this go a little more efficiently, I don't know if the applicant has anything they want to briefly say. Mr. Brosman, is there anything that you or your clients want to say? And then we can do questions together.
I could be brief. I'm George Brosman. I represent the applicant. The principal of the applicant is Mike Friedman. He's here. He's a longtime township resident. The architect, Kathy Dobkin, is also a township resident. I believe this plan was unanimously approved back in April as a tentative sketch. We met all of the tentative sketch conditions of approval, and as Chris mentioned, we've worked hard with staff to further the plan since then. The other thing about this project, you'll see in the chart that the planning staff did, not that there's anything wrong with building to the max that's allowed by zoning. I always say that's okay, but in this case, this project has 10 units and 15 would be permitted, and we have more parking than is needed, although we don't think we have too much. So we think it's a really nice project that fits in well. Mike went to both the Wynwood Civic Association and the North Ardmore, and he went there twice, once a tentative sketch and again a preliminary plan. So we think it's been well received, and we think it's a nice plan, and we hope that you will recommend its approval.
Okay, thank you. And just so we're on the same page, are you okay with the revision of condition number 31 that Chris mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, fine, thank you. Okay, so now, thank you, Mr. Brosman.
Thank you.
So now we'll move to any commissioner questions or comments for either Chris or the applicant. Go ahead, Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. My questions are for Chris, which I managed to email out at 5:13. And you even managed to respond before the meeting started, which is impressive. So I just wanted to reiterate a couple of them. In general, is this plan compliant with our code? Would we call this a by right plan?
I would say specifically it is, yes.
Okay, great. And then one point of concern in this area that often comes up is the location of Narberth Ambulance and the congestion around Suburban Square. I just want to make sure that when construction is going on, we'll be able to either work with Narberth Ambulance on adjustment of their route or make sure that they won't be blocked in and that traffic can flow freely on Llanfair.
I think that's something that every time an applicant comes in, one of the first things they do is they meet with the fire department upstairs. So fire department had made them aware of that going forward. This project itself probably doesn't require a lot of work in the street to disrupt that, but I think the township engineer is aware of that concern, Public Works is aware of that concern. That's something everybody will be aware of during the construction to make sure that that's staged properly to not inhibit emergency services.
Great. And then along the lines of public safety, I think I forget which report it was, but there was a concern about fire access for the building that was set further back from the street. Has that been worked out, or will that be worked out?
That has been worked out. Once again, I mentioned that the applicant does meet with the fire department, one of the first things that they do. It's been relayed back to me that there's, the concern is that you have two buildings back to back. How can fire services get to it? At the bottom of the sketch that I have up, there's a driveway along that property line. There are a series of townhouses that run perpendicular to Llanfair Road that directly almost face into here. That driveway is an emergency access road. For all intents and purposes, if there was a fire, the fire department could just go down there and access it. All of these buildings will be sprinklered as well, which helps to certainly to increase the public safety aspect. Fire has not identified any issues with that emergency access.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's it for my questions. I'll just quickly on comments. I think this will be a nice modernization and improvement along Llanfair. It's a little denser than what's currently there, but it's a decent trade-off. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Friedman for the presentations that you made at both civic associations. I think the community appreciates that and is therefore more in support of this project, and I am too. So thanks.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Courtney. Are there other commissioners with questions or comments? Vice President Gavin?
Thank you very much. Couple of questions. Chris, in the engineer's letter, under major engineering issues, stormwater comes up. That's obviously a big one. What's going on with that?
I can defer back to Joe, but I think generally that comment, every engineer's letter always has stormwater as a major issue. There is a issue that they're looking at. During the final plan, there's still some calibration that needs to be done to make sure that water properly drains during time. I think that the volume has been indicated that there's enough space there to do that, but I think there's some other details that need, like very specific engineering calculations that need to be worked out. And I think that comment is really to put the applicant on notice, but I'll make sure I got that right. I'll look at Joe and see if I got that right.
I mean, calibration is or recalibration is the right word. And we did have a conversation with the developer's engineer, and the adjustments, the necessary adjustments that need to be made to the basin, they've run an analysis, and it can be adjusted to function properly.
Okay, so you're comfortable that this will adequately control the stormwater?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. The other question, Chris, can you go back to the underground parking, the image of that? So I had a couple of concerns just looking at that briefly. One, it looks like, is there one lane in and out? Are there two lanes in and out? And then between 22 and 23, I don't know what's happening there, but that scares me a little bit. What's going on here with the parking? Is this going to be safe to get in and out of?
So there is a driveway, there is a 12-foot driveway coming down as required by the zoning code. And it drops into the lower level. It's coming down from left to right. I'll use my cursor. I know you can't see it on TV, but you can see it in the room. So this would be Llanfair Road, and then there's ability for vehicles to come down and they would drive in, and then there's ability to back in and park in a parking garage. And so it's a 60-foot module down there with the 20-foot deep parking spaces, space in between them. The space in between 22 and 23 is just the drive aisle that's there.
But no, I understand that. But the drive in and the drive out, if I'm reading this correctly, which I very well may not be, kind of overlap with each other. It looks like there's one lane kind of overlapping each other, coming around the corner.
And I will leave it to the applicant's engineer here is to look at this. I know this was discussed, and I think the concern is that you have a narrow driveway coming up, but I think that was alleviated by that it's the same people are living here and it's not that much traffic, right? It's a very small, relatively small amount of units, but I'll let the applicant's engineer explain it more in detail.
Okay,
Chris,
thank you.
Can you put the other plan? I think the maneuverability diagrams are confusing.
Yeah, so we have the...
Right, sir, can you identify yourself,
yes,
please?
hello, Rob Lambert, Site Engineering Concepts. So we had the ramp coming down that, let's see here for this workshop, there we go, coming down from the street. So Llanfair is out here to the left. You have the ramp coming down that you'd make a right turn into, just like you would a parking lot or anything else. As you're at this lower level, be able to park, and you would exit out in the same way. You question the overlap in any real parking lot. If you're making those turns, there is a little bit of overlap. Even in the township parking lot outside, there's a little bit of overlap when you make those turns, and so that's not uncommon.
So it's also not uncommon to see all kinds of scrapes along when you have a turn like that, and there's a lot of overlap. Like you see a lot of paint from cars on the wall every time I've been in a parking garage.
These are generous widths, and I have the.
Now, while you're doing, I'm not a traffic engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but looking at this, you're coming down a ramp, coming around a turn, somebody else is coming around a turn. I understand you have residents here, but you have more spots than you have residents. You have guests coming in and out.
Yeah, we have a 23-foot wide driveway, so that where it says garage entry, right there, that was 23 feet is what I was checking, right there. So you do have a generous, width pulling in there.
For one car?
For two cars.
For two cars.
You
Okay.
could have two cars in that 23 foot.
Okay. Joe, I know you're not a traffic engineer, but I'm sure you've worked with traffic engineers on this. Are you comfortable that this is safe?
Yeah, there's no such thing as a traffic engineer. There's civil engineers, so that specialize in traffic. But yes, I mean we have some concerns about some of the parking spaces, maneuverability in and out. But as far as accessing through the ramp and into the parking garage, I think it's demonstrated that would work.
Okay, so what concerns do you have of in and out of certain parking spots?
Rob, can you put the other one back up with the numbers on it? If cars backing out of space one, may not be able to maneuver, to reverse and turn and get out. So you might need to eliminate 19 in order for that to actually happen. But if they're still if they do lose 19 for whatever reason, that they still have more than enough parking in the lot.
Okay, so I guess now question for Chris: if this has to be played with a little bit, whether it's on the margins or significantly, do we approve it and then that's just in final plan? Do we not approve it because that's what we should be doing in preliminary plan? How do we handle that?
I think you're putting on note as we review it at final plan. So that from a zoning standpoint, for a preliminary plan requirement, you're really looking at the general layout and you're looking at the number of parking spaces. If this was, I would caution you to maybe hold it if they were right at the number and they couldn't lose one space, but they have spaces to play with, and as they go in, I think we're going to be looking at, in final plan, we're really going to be looking at those columns, specifically the columns to make sure there's enough room there, and that's where they'll determine if they need to lose a space or so. Or one of those spaces just becomes storage, or one of those spaces. But from a zoning standpoint, the refinement of this during final plan shouldn't hold up preliminary plan because it's not fully engineered. I mean, to the level that's required for preliminary plan, this has been engineered to the degree that it demonstrates maneuverability and the required number of parking spaces.
Okay. I don't know how comfortable I am that it demonstrates maneuverability and a general layout that works, but again, I'm not a traffic engineer. If our a civil engineer who specializes in traffic, if our civil engineer is comfortable with it, if you're comfortable with it, then I guess it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Just two quick questions to you, Chris. So the first is I was a little surprised to see that the original proposal, the discussion of it said that it was lacking a 4-foot verge and it was lacking a 5-foot sidewalk. I thought those things were in the saldo.
They are.
In their requirements. So we just got a proposal that just kind of ignored the saldo.
It was missed for whatever reason. We're not sure, and we have our staff member identified that, and that's how we put it in. Usually we get those things cleaned up, but it was kind of coming down the wire.
And then the other question I had is that with a 4-foot verge and a 5-foot sidewalk, there must be some trees near the existing sidewalk, or at least a tree that comes down. Or is that not in front of this property? It looks like in front of 27, but maybe it's a neighboring tree. I was hoping you could walk through this. This is basically an untreed frontage. So
Correct.
there'll be a net improvement of at least 3 trees.
Correct. So there is one, you can see, these are the two properties that are here. These are, so I think these are old hemlocks that are here that have lost.
It
they're
looks like
supposed to
the
be
one
evergreens.
on the left edge of that.
Correct.
You know, that's like in front of 27, but it looks like kind of a dubious tree.
It is,
Okay.
but it's not impacted by this development. This development is not causing the removal of that, to my understanding.
Where's the sidewalk relative to the tree behind it?
It's going to be, that tree exists. Let me see if I have it in my other sketch. That tree is this tree here, that's already existing, so it's behind the sidewalk. So the new sidewalk will actually veer in towards this fence.
Yeah.
So
it will be behind the tree, it'll be on the other side of the tree, and that tree will be between the sidewalk and the street.
it'll,
No.
that tree will be, do you want to? Sidewalk will come.
Oh, come towards the street. Okay.
Yeah, so the one on the left remains, right? So this tree will remain.
Yeah, that's on the neighboring property, it looks like.
This
Okay.
one on the right will be removed.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
That was it, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioner questions, comments? Seeing none. Is there any public comment on this matter? Is there anyone online?
No, it's on.
Okay. All right, so then we will call the vote. We have to put a motion on the table, which I will do first. I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the construction of 2 multifamily housing units at 23-27 Llanfair Road in Ardmore, as set forth in our agenda, with the amendment to number 31 of the conditions as approval as Mr. Leswing had outlined. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Courtney. Anything further? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, and thank you very much. The next item on the agenda, number 5 on page 44 of our packets, of the final packet. This is, and I'm just going to make a motion. I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of a resolution approving the amendment of Section 7, 10, and 21 of the Declaration and Article 12.8 of the Code of Regulations of the Grays Lane House Condominium to remove the requirement that future amendments of either the Declaration or the Code be approved by the Board of Commissioners of the Township. Is there a second? Oh, thank you, Vice President Cameron. Okay, I think our solicitor, do you want to give a brief explanation of what we're doing, Gil?
Yeah, the Grays Lane condominium document is a very old document, and it used to be that the township had an interest in whether an apartment was turned into a condominium. And so in these early documents, certainly in this one, the township had a clause put in there that any change in the condominium documents had to be approved by the township. This is not in current documents. It's archaic. It prevents the homeowners association or the condominium association from making needed amendments, none of which, frankly, have import to the township. So I mentioned this to Ernie, and I thought that it was perfectly appropriate to remove that provision, to agree to remove it from the condominium documents for Grays Lane. I think Ernie's agreed with that. The township really doesn't want to be involved in this. Of course, if there is going to be an amendment to remove the need for the township to approve it, the township has to approve that amendment under the present rules. So that's what this resolution does. We approve an amendment to the condominium documents that no longer requires the association's amendment of their own documents to be approved by the township.
Thank you. And before I turn it over to others, just out of curiosity, so is it likely that there are other condominiums in the township that have this same kind of requirement for Board of Commissioners approval?
I think that is likely. In my experience, I don't ever recall a condominium coming to the township asking that we approve an amendment to their documents. So if it is in these other documents, it's universally ignored.
Okay, so maybe my comment that I'm going to make, but I'm going to make it anyway, is looking to fix a problem that doesn't exist. But I was going to ask you if it would make sense, aside from what we're doing tonight, if we could do a blanket resolution so that we don't have to do these individually. But again, I'm not looking to create an issue where, you know, it's at their peril if other condominiums aren't asking for our approval, I suppose. But I think if this comes up again, maybe it's something we would want to think about for the future, is doing a blanket one. So in any event, are there other commissioners with questions or comments for, yeah.
Yeah, along the same lines, because I had a similar thought process. How did this come up? Or do they have some future request that's forthcoming?
No, the association wanted to amend its document, and their solicitor, or perhaps somebody from the association, said, hey, look, there's this clause in here that requires the township to approve it.
Yeah,
and so that generated contact with us.
all right, yeah, because I read this and I was surprised that we had this. I've never seen anything, you know, similar before, so certainly would support it. And Commissioner Grimes, the difficulty of doing it in a blanket way is that each association would need to have its approval. So they might have to come forward, but, you know, if they come forward, we can handle it.
I'm not looking to make any more of this than we would. I was thinking of kind of like a dispensation in advance for, you know, but in any event. Thank you. Do you have anything further?
No, I don't. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other commissioners who wish to, questions, comments? Seeing none. Any public comment on this? Seeing none. Nothing. No one online with this?
There's no one online.
Don't say that. We want people to think there's thousands who tune in for building and planning. All right.
They turned off after the finance committee.
That's right.
Or during.
Tonight, and I will congratulate you on quite the performance tonight. So natural. In any event, all right, we will call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. All right. As I said earlier, number 6 about the keeping of animals and fowl has been withdrawn by the applicant. So we will now move to the final item, the authorization to advertise the ordinance chapter 12 for electoral districts. Mr. Doyle, I'm told that you want to give some introductory comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Just going to pull this up. If you can bear with me for a second, please.
While he's doing that, and I'm sure there's going to be some discussion, but I'll just remind the public and my colleagues know that this is another one of these where we are authorizing advertisement. We are not, tonight, we are not being asked to approve anything tonight. So some of the comments that particularly that our township manager and others made earlier with the other item about advertising and the ability to change, although they can be repeated again if it's relevant, they would apply to this matter as well. So if I bought you a few seconds there.
Thank you.
No
And I would like to reiterate that this is for just the authorization to advertise.
Right. Let's go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay. So for tonight's request here, we're asking for this current policy of 6% variation, which was actually, adopted in 2010 as part of a consideration for redistricting at that time. And we're following that policy with this current proposal. So I'd like to first kind of introduce a couple maps that are really important to the decision-making process and the proposal that we'll be submitting for you guys for consideration and authorization to advertise. So the first three maps here are the existing jurisdictional boundary maps. The first being the U.S. Congressional District, second being the PA House District, and the third, the magisterial districts that identify really some limitations to the delineation of boundaries for the following proposal for the ward maps. And so when we went to kind of think about how we were going to first propose this, along with the ordinance itself, we looked at how the township has grown, and we looked at a map of this. The map on the left here is a map of the change by ward and precinct between the 2010 and 2020 decennial census. You'll notice that there's some real outliers, being Ward 7, 9, and 4, with some really large sums of growth, and for different reasons. Just to briefly go over that, the Bala area, mostly because of development, but also if you look at the largest growth in Ward 7, that has more to do with the Green Hill Apartments and just changes to the districts themselves in block groups and how they've been delineated. So with that, we created a chart, which you'll be able to find on page 53 of your packet. It reviews the changes in population, showing whether these were off from the target range of 4,545 and the 6% from that variation. And it also summarizes the following maps that come with both the ordinance that includes the changes, but also the proposed changes along with the ward maps. I do want to go over any kind of details for you guys over the proposals, and I'd like to ask Colleen Hall to come up and just provide a brief summation of the following changes between wards.
Thank you. The greatest change that we needed to make was in Ward 7. And as you can see on the map, one of the changes that we made was from Ward 7 to Ward 12. And that total population change was in the area of Indian Creek Estates, Short Ridge Drive, and the neighborhood adjacent to Rockland Avenue. That population change was of 540 total population shift. The second change that we made with Ward 7 was between Ward 7 and 14. Those are the blocks that you see in the blue. That's from around Lancaster Avenue, Remington, Bryn, and then the area of Lankenau Hospital and Friends Central School. That total population was 305, and approximately 85 dwelling units. The numbers on the bottom are the differences now with the changes of all three of those wards, so Ward 7, 12, and 14. The next change we had was between Ward 4. That was the next population that we needed to make some changes. They are between Wards 5, 10, and 8. There's two slides for this one. This one's just going to highlight which is the change between Ward 4 and 10. That's just one block on Old Lancaster Road and the railroad tracks. It's just 72 people.
Colleen, can you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, thank you. Is that better?
Much better.
I'm always so short. The next change, the second change is from Ward 4 to 8. It's actually the block of Crooked Avenue in Lancaster and East Athens Avenue. That population is a total of 222 people. The last three numbers on the slide are the new population numbers for Ward 4, 8, and 10 after the changes. We're still staying to Ward 10 and the changes between Ward 4 and 5. The first change that we had was Ward 5 to 10. That's the area between Grays Lane and Cheswold Lane and Mill Creek Road. That is approximately 114 people and 47 single-family units. The second change was in Ward 4 to Ward 5. It's the block of Anderson Avenue and Montgomery Avenue on the rail line. That's about 179 population, and it has a mix of a single-family and multifamily units. The three numbers on the bottom would be the changed numbers after we would make these proposed changes for Ward 10, 4, and 5. The next one we'll highlight is Ward 9. There's changes for Ward 9 between 3, 13, and 12. The first change between Ward 9 and 3 is just straightening out the line on Levering Mill Road. That is a total population of 203 peoples. That's about 65 dwelling units in that area. The next change would be along Bryn-Mawr Avenue between Ward 9 and 13. That's Union Avenue, Old Lancaster Road, and North Highland Avenue. That's the blocks with the second arrow. The last change is one change from Ward 12 to Ward 9. It's Upland Road and Old Lancaster Road and North Latches. That's a one block of 156 people, and it's about 18 single-family dwellings and 80 multifamily units. That change is a shift because of the change that happened with Ward 7 to normalize 12 to make sure it's not over the range. So when you look at all four of these wards, the numbers on the bottom are the new ward totals in Ward 9, 3, 13, and 12. Next, Ward 11 needed to gain some population, so we had a shift along Spring Mill Road, just straightening out those blocks between Ward 6 and 11. That total population is 271, and it's about 80 single-family units. The ward numbers after the changes for Ward 6 and 11 are on the slide. The last change that we did was a small change between Ward 1 and 2. Ward 2 needed to just gain some population, so there was a shift in Gladwin Village along Conshohocken State Road. That's 27 people, approximately 10 dwelling units. The next change would be between Ward 1 and 2. It's just the block of Waverly Road and Black Rock Road and Rock Creek Road. After the changes, Ward 1 and 2, our numbers are listed there for their population. So those are the only changes that we would be doing at this time. And we're here for some questions if you have any.
Great, thank you. All right, so first of all, let me thank our building and planning staff, and particularly Colleen, for your hard work that you've done on this. I think that all of us know from previous conversations that this has taken a lot of effort, and want to recognize that. So I am going to open it up for questions and comments. Commissioner Stevenson, why don't you start?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Colleen, I just want to also emphasize the work that you've done on this. As a person who was relieved of classes from GIS years ago, I know that you, the work that goes into your dedication is clear with the work you've done. For me, my comments is more for my colleagues here. It is clear as we look at this, the changes are as a result of what I consider our continuous overdevelopment of our township. And our need to switch this is going to be a constant issue. So if we're going to look at making these changes because of this population shifts, in particular in certain areas, there are two things that we need to consider as we not only just talking about changing our wards, but changing our mindset about how we look at this development piece. I think it's in the future, it's going to be problematic. And as I said before, I'll either go down as a hero, being an anti-development on this, or I'll be the Dave McCone anti-person.
Whatever that means.
That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's very impactful. Thank you. So, other Commissioner Kramer, Gilda Kramer.
I first want to express my appreciation to staff for the very hard work that has gone into this. And I know it's been difficult, and I know I have been rather persistent about my views on the need to equalize the size of the wards. And I am like to preface this by saying I'm going to move that we table this issue until November 30th in order to give staff a chance to try to equalize the wards a little bit more. This is a very arcane area of law, and the law is changing as the technology improves, so that the most recent decisions from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court are requiring a greater degree of equality than 6% in either direction deviation. So there are two general principles in the law, and I've researched this extensively. Under U.S. Supreme Court authority, which has been adopted by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, the total deviation between the largest and the smallest ward cannot exceed 10%, or it is presumed to be discriminatory. The Pennsylvania Constitution has the free and equal clause, which is the Constitution Section 5, which requires that districts be compact, contiguous, and nearly as equal as practicable. And you're not allowed to, in creating statewide districts, to subdivide wards or other ordinances except as necessary to create equality. And the purpose of the emphasis on equality is to accord equal weight to the votes of each resident. Most recently, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court in Carter versus Chapman, 270 A. 2nd 444, this year, said that a challenge would succeed if there is a good faith effort that could have resulted in a smaller deviation. The statutory scheme that exists in Pennsylvania requires that the courts that we, the municipality, redraw our lines for wards in the year after the census comes out. And it also requires the courts to redraw the magisterial district lines, again in the year after the census results come out. That's embodied in 42 Pennsylvania CS section 1503. So this is done every 10 years. And the courts are not permitted to cross the ward or precinct lines in drawing the magisterial district judge lines, but the statute does not contain the opposite requirement that we not cross old magisterial district judge lines. Because if it did, it would mean that we could never equalize the growth that is happening in the eastern part of this township with the lack of growth in the western part of this township. We would be forever bound by old magisterial district judge lines. So I contacted in this past week the two people who could really shed light on this from the court standpoint of the county and the courts. I spoke with the solicitor for the election board, and I spoke also with the deputy administrator of the Montgomery County Courts who oversees the magisterial district courts. And both of them told me that the county and they and the courts have no say over how we draw our wards, and that we are not bound to draw them to conform to existing magisterial district judge lines, because we go first. We create our wards first, and then the court will go to the will go to the Supreme Court if necessary to redraw the magisterial district lines. And so they don't go first and then we have to squeeze our wards into the magisterial district lines. We create fair and equal wards, and then the court, if necessary, will redraw the magisterial district lines to allow for equality of the workload among the different magisterial district judges. So basically, this is our job. The proposal that we've been given here was created on the assumption that our wards and precincts could not cross existing magisterial district lines, which were created in some time based on the prior census, not based on current information. And the information I've received is that we can cross those lines, and that gives us the ability to equalize our wards more than they are. We can do better than having an 11.2% variation between the smallest ward, Ward 10, and Ward 7, the largest ward. And, you know, the 6% variation that was adopted in a policy doesn't mean that it's 6% above and 6% below. Even that policy should have been, you know, no more than 6% total. And even that, under the current case law, I don't think would pass muster. So, you know, on that basis, I believe that we can do much better to comply with the Pennsylvania Constitution and our requirement to give each of our residents the same voting power, and not to empower one section or one ward of the township, residents of those wards with a higher voting power than residents in another section of the township. And therefore, I move that we table this until November 30th to allow staff to adjust the boundaries to achieve greater equality as required by our Pennsylvania Constitution.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask, since you're raising legal issues, our solicitor, if he wants to respond to any of the to your comments.
So Gilda has certainly made clear her direction and her point, and we don't have any disagreement on the fundamentals. Where we do disagree, however, is in the practical aspect of it. It's not just magisterial districts that have to be respected, in my judgment, but it's also the congressional districts, it's the House districts, and more importantly, it's the census tracts. Every ward is divided into census tracts. That's why you see on the map that the path of these adjustments goes along a road, because that's where the census tract went. So you can't divide a census tract either. And it would be nice if you could, so you could move 40 people over here and 32 people over there. But if the census tract doesn't permit that, it just isn't going to happen. The question of what comes first, and that is the magisterial district, and I don't know the extent to which the ward lines as drawn by Colleen are constrained by the magisterial district as opposed to these others. I do know that I spoke with her and said, Colleen, with these constraints, make it as absolutely even as possible. And there was another plan that she had, and she went back to the drawing boards and she attempted to do that. I also spoke to John Shallow, I think his name is. Pardon me?
Savak.
Yes, right, at the county, and I learned that actually the county has already filed its petition to the Supreme Court to alter the magisterial districts. That was filed in February of 2022. And they've not heard anything from the Supreme Court up to this moment. What they've attempted to do as the motivating factor is to equalize the workload between the three magisterial districts, even to the point where those districts are going to extend outside of Lower Merion. I think a portion of West Conshohocken is going to come into one of those magisterial districts. And given the fact that we are required in the year after the decennial district, as Gilda mentioned, to enact an ordinance to reapportion, there is no indication of when the Supreme Court is going to act on this petition, and or the extent to which the magisterial lines are going to affect the map that we have. So, in my view, there's nothing to be gained by waiting. We've got a map that Colleen has worked on that is as nearly equal as possible given the constraints under which she's working. I was told today that if we do create a map that violates the magisterial districts, that the Board of Election will consider whether they're going to file a petition with the court. They didn't say they would file it. They said they would consider filing it. And to me, one of the deciding things is that 10 years ago, we prepared a plan and a map that violated the magisterial district. This board passed an ordinance, created new wards after all this work, and the Board of Election sent it back and said, we are not going to approve this. You've got to change it so that it respects the magisterial district, which of course is contrary to what has been indicated to us now. But those folks who are saying this now, they weren't there 10 years ago. And I don't know who is the decision maker, who rings the bell up there. But it's completely frustrating, frankly, to create a map following the rules that were extant 10 years ago, to now be indicated that, well, you know, those aren't the rules anymore. Now, you prepare the ward map, and we will follow that. Particularly when I was told, in words of one syllable today, no, they're not necessarily going to change the magisterial lines. They're going to consider, and they'll decide what they want to do. They being the court, the president judge of the Court of Common Pleas, who has to approve the petition to the Supreme Court, as well as the attorney that is in charge of the magisterial districts. So, given the lack of clarity that we have to work under, except for what we know we have to do, I think this plan is the best that can be done at the present time. I want to note that while we're required to change our plan of wards in the first year after the decennial district came out, the census came out, we can change it at any time thereafter. As a matter of fact, we changed it in 2013 last time, and also changed it again in 2017 to tweak it. So that can be done. And I think we're up against a deadline. I don't think that anything significant can change, at least for what I've been told by Colleen, that she's done the best job that she can, and she's laid it on the table.
Thank you. So here's what we're going to do, because we have a motion to table on the table, but I believe it's important to have discussion on the motion, not discussion sort of on the macro 30,000 feet of this whole redistricting issue, but on issues that relate to the motion. So in keeping with that, let me say, and then I'm going to ask a question of staff, and maybe in particular Colleen on this one. I think, as Commissioner Kramer, as you alluded to directly or indirectly, I think it's very important that we be transparent on this and that we get it right, and that the public have confidence that we've done the best job that we're going to do on this. Having said that, your motion is to table, I think you said till November 30th. And a question I would ask to either Charlie or to Colleen, and forgive me for putting you on the spot, but if we give you 3 more weeks to do this, and hearing what Gil just told us, do you think you're likely to be able to produce something materially different than we have right now?
Are you asking about, there's two different scenarios here that we have alternatively, right? One scenario is that we would follow the newly proposed magisterial district lines, right? So that's one option. And the other one is to completely implode the system and redraw the wards themselves. The second option seems to be complicated. We kind of pontificated about how we would even begin to go about where you would start. Would you start with Ward 1 and work your way out from the center? Would you work from Ward 14 and work your way out? There's a lot of decisions that would need to be made in a short period of time that, quite frankly, if you went with that second scenario, I wouldn't feel very comfortable doing something in a short amount of time to submit and feel as though we, or even know that we did the best job that we could, because there are so many scenarios that would be out there. And that's, if we went with the first option, which would be to follow the newly proposed and waiting districts, I say yes, we could do that within that short amount of time. But the second scenario about redrawing all the wards would be just a monumental job.
Okay. All right, so why don't we start on this end? Again, please keep questions and comments to the tenor of the motion that's on the table. So Commissioner Wales.
Understood, and I think this is actually an extremely appropriate item to be coming up the day after our midterm elections, in which I'm sure every one of us was up way too late watching all of the returns come in. I'm going to second the motion. I don't know if anyone did or not.
Commissioner Courtney second.
Okay, so I will support your seconding of the motion. And I think what I'd like to see is what can be done ignoring all magisterial district lines. And the basis for that is it is constitutionally inconceivable that the right to vote in this country or in this township would be in any way, shape, or form impacted by our lowest district courts. So this is the epitome of the tail wagging the dog, right? So when we're thinking about, nationally, our right to vote, that trumps almost everything in this country as far as entitlements and rights. And so to me, it's almost abhorrent to say that we're going to take these magisterial district that are already drawn, or even new ones that are proposed, and bind our right to vote and determination of where the right to vote is and what those boundaries are, and kind of stuff in our wards. Our wards should be done, and I understand I'm not suggesting that we ignore the congressional districts or anything. Those are also the same type of right to vote issue here. So I think that we do need to table and we do need to consider what happens to the wards without any consideration of the magisterial districts. And then those come second, but they certainly can't, directly impact the drawing of the wards.
Okay, let me do this, and I'm going to move down. I'm going to suggest that, Gil, if you have any comments to any of this, maybe you take notes, and at the end I'll give you another opportunity if you feel that you want to respond to any of the comments on any of this. So, others who get President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes.
I'll take you next.
So I just have a couple quick questions for Gil now, and then
Sure.
Because I concur, this is incredibly important, and it's been a lengthy and difficult task. But lengthy and difficult does not mean that we just stop because we put a bunch of work in. We put in more work if we need to put more work. So Gil, a couple of things I just wanted to check with you on. So the first was that Commissioner Kramer pointed to a total deviation of 10%. Is that like a hard and fast rule for us? Do you have a view on whether, because, you know, as a measure of equality, like what is our metric? Like, I come at this from a completely different non-legal perspective, and I say you should minimize the distance from the average, right? But that's not the legal standard. But what is the standard for as equal as possible?
Well, I've read these cases, and certainly in some cases, they talk about percentage, but they're talking about congressional districts, or they're talking about legislative districts. They're not talking about wards. And the considerations for those other districts are manyfold more than just population. They are continuity of communities. They are something that are as nearly contiguous as possible. It's mind-blowing how the court can take a look at some of these districts and say, well, that's as nearly contiguous as possible, when it clearly isn't. But the courts don't really, frankly, want to get involved, as we've seen. So I don't buy into a certain percentage. The word in the statute is as nearly equal as practicable. That's the word, right? So it's up to this board to say, okay, well, what's practicable? You know, you talk to your staff and what is the most practicable thing to do? Again, given the constraints that we have. So we picked 3%, 30 years ago. And at that time, it seemed to be possible, right? And then it became not possible this past time. And the 6% number came up. And that's a 6% deviation from the mean.
Yeah, I think this...
I appreciate that it's a little more than 10% from top to bottom, but the numbers that we were looking at were from the mean.
Okay, and then the other thing I just wanted to clarify with you is that when you spoke with the county, what you were told was that the magisterial district lines, so what you were told is that the township comes up with its wards first, and then we bring them to the county, and the county says, either we will redraw our magisterial district lines to match if you cross the magisterial district lines, or we won't, and if they say won't, what happens?
What happened last time was they wouldn't approve the ordinance.
Okay.
And so it got flipped back here, and we redrew the map to honor the magisterial lines.
Okay.
And passed that ordinance. We rescinded the first ordinance and passed the next one, and all that process took 6 or 8 months.
Okay. Okay. So either they will or they won't, depending on what people are hearing. But they at least will consider it. Okay, and then one last question for staff, right? Because there probably is something other than blowing up the map and completely redrawing the wards, which is, you know, if we get to span the magisterial district boundaries, can you shave a little bit off of the big wards and add a little bit to the small wards? Like, can you make incremental changes to make the distance between the biggest and the smallest a little tighter? Or, like, is the magisterial district boundaries really not relevant to that? That basically the only way that we're going to compress that distance to be, you know, is basically to, as you said, implode the map. Was that clear at all?
I believe so. We're asking about like a cascading effect of change.
Okay.
Is that?
Well, no, I mean, so my question is like, so like you have a couple really big wards and a couple of smaller wards, right?
Correct.
And one way to equalize them is not to redraw the whole map, but to make the bigger wards a little smaller, kind of smooth that out a bit, and make the smaller wards just a little bigger. So an incremental change to kind of compress it. And the question is, could you make any more incremental changes if the magisterial district boundaries were things that we didn't have to pay attention to? Or is that not the issue?
I mean, I would believe that would be the case.
Okay.
Colleen, I mean,
'Cause
There's
you-
definitely limitations within that.
Right, could we start with what we have and just kind of like,
Yes.
tweak it
I
even
understand
more?
what you're asking,
Yeah.
is the smaller wards, is there any room for change in those areas to make them a little larger? I
Yeah.
mean, and I did look at that to try to get them as large as possible, but however, in the western part of the township, when you're looking at all of them, they're all low. So you're moving from those wards and you're just making one lower and then trying to pull from another one to make it a little larger. But it's a cascading effect of each one of them when you get down to that point. But that was why there was a lot of changes around 4 and 5 and 10, and just to try to make that more, the highest I could make them in that area from where it was.
Okay.
To look at it farther, I don't know if the magisterial districts will make any difference, to be honest.
Okay.
But I'd have to look at it.
Okay, thank you, that helps. You know, changes are chunky, right, because we're moving entire tracks, right? And so, so look, I mean, so we'll do what this board wants to do, right? I mean, that's the whole point of this. You know, so here's how I see it again, because I think this is incredibly important to be transparent and to be clear about this. We're trying to get these districts as equal as possible within the constraints that we have. I think we have a couple options. One option is to submit the plan we currently have, which conforms to the existing magisterial district boundaries. Then it's up to the county to decide whether to approve it or not. I think, as Gil said, they have a plan in front of the Supreme Court. I don't think we can map to a plan that hasn't been approved yet, or it's just like kind of sitting out there. We can map to the existing plan, and I suppose they could say we won't do that because we have a plan in flux, but that would be kind of weird, I guess. Like, what are they going to do, just make us wait till they're done? But so that's one option. The other option is that the staff does a new map that ignores the magisterial district boundaries. I think, you know, we've heard from them about their views on that, and then it's up to the county to decide whether to approve it or not. And if they do, then they would redraw their magisterial district boundaries to match our wards, because we've ignored the boundaries. And I guess then they would submit new magisterial districts to the Supreme Court that don't equalize workload across judges, because that's what they've done. And so you know, we have a map that so 10 years ago, as people who, like, I was not here, but like, so the people who were here will tell you, they submitted a map that ignored magisterial district boundaries. It was rejected. They redid it. They missed the election cycle, right? And so, you know, we can submit this map that has a likelihood of passing, make this election cycle. It's better than what's currently there, so it's an improvement for this cycle. It's more equal than what the current map is. If we want to revisit, we can do it after that. Or we do an entirely new map, submit it, and you know, run the risk that they tell us no, and we go back to the original plan and we miss the cycle. You know, the difference between 11% and 10% is 45 people between the largest and smallest, right? Because the average is 45. So that's the range we're talking. Anyway, so that's the options as I see it. My personal view is that, you know, we go with what we have, we get better. If we want to revisit, as Gil said, and do another one for the next cycle, we can do that. I don't think this is about the right to vote. I think this is about whether you have 1 percentage point dilution or not. I don't think this is about you know, we're never going to be able to equalize population, because once the population differences get big enough that you can jump an entire precinct across the magisterial district line, you can do that, right? It's just that what we have now is like this kind of tweener situation. Anyway, so that's how I see it. Thanks, Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. Before I take more comments, and I'm going to say 2 things. Just to bring this discussion a little more focused, and this is not directed against any particular commissioner, except the ones who are going to admit it. This is a motion. The motion on the matter, the agenda item on the table, is to advertise the ordinance. And that's the agenda item, not to pass the ordinance, to pass this ordinance or any other ordinance. It's to advertise. And the reason I referenced before we started what our township manager said about changes is because it is possible to vote to advertise this tonight, if that's what this board chose to do, and to make changes down the line before it's enacted. So I just want to make that clear to refocus. The other thing is that for those commissioners who, usually we don't do comments on motions to table. I'm doing it because I think this is an important thing to at least get this conversation out. But please focus your comments related to the motion to table and issues relevant to whether we table or not, with all due respect to others, not about the merits of all of this. So,
as a point of order, if I may, because being consistent in what we do, I think, is important when it comes to tabling. So there are two things for why this is proper to have the discussion. One is we're tabling to a date certain. That is allowed debate as opposed to just tabling. Secondly, the manner in which Commissioner Kramer presented this, she stated, I intend to table this, but I'm going to have the discussion. So having had the discussion come forward, we also ought to be doing exactly as you were prescribing, so that people would know that generally if there's a motion then to table, it's not debatable, and then we just vote on that. But this, there are two criteria. One, it was to a date certain, and secondly, it was preempted with discussion.
fine. And I think that you and I are saying the same thing.
We are. I'm just,
Okay,
as a matter of
for-
that, from 20,000 feet for any of those wonks that actually turn this on at 10:10 at night and say,
Right.
gee, I hope these guys are.
Right, but I'm
you know,
just asking that we not
doing
have
it.
a full conversation about the merits of various districts and this and that, as opposed to focusing on what's before us tonight. Having said that, Vice President Gavin, you had wanted to say
I don't
something.
even remember anymore. No, so about a half an hour ago when President Sinai started his comments, one thing he had said was just because, you know, Colleen and Building and Planning spent a lot of time on this doesn't mean we stop now. And that's right. But not only did she spend a lot of time, this was done in a very thoughtful way. And it was done in a way, and after that comment, I actually want to give a lot of credit to President Sinai as well. In addition to Colleen and Building and Planning, President Sinai spent a lot of time kind of leading this effort. And he went in with, and I've had discussions with him, he went in with the explicit direction to make these lines as clean as possible, make the wards as clean as possible, not make it political. Everything, you know, with everything that's happening in this country, with gerrymandering, with all kinds of crazy voting issues, that's not what was done here. This was done, as Gil had said, continuity, contiguousness, nearly as equal as possible. Those were the goals that were set out, and I believe that those were the goals that Colleen worked incredibly hard to do over the past month or so. We could table this, we could table it for 3 more weeks and say, Colleen, go back to the drawing board, start cascading things, trying to figure out how to get another 50 people here and 30 people there. But every time you move one border, you have to move another border, and that border moves another border and moves another border. And it's not as simple as pulling 100 people out of one ward and putting them into another ward. That's not how this works. That's not how it did work. What was done was creating wards nearly as equal as practicable. It's not equal wards. Every ward is not equal, and every ward could never be equal. You cannot have the same exact number of people in each ward with all of the constraints, whether magisterial districts are in it or they're not in it. You have the PA House districts, you have the US congressional districts, you have the census tracts. You have so many constraints on us that we're never going to get it exactly equal. By my calculation, the difference between the biggest ward at 4,809 and the smallest ward at 4,300 is 509 people. It's 10.5%. So if we talked about a presumption, and a presumption of an illegal map being over 10%, it doesn't mean if a map's over 10%, it's illegal. It means there's a presumption. Well, okay, why was the map done? Was it done to make it gerrymandered, to make it racially unequal, to make it unequal for some reason? No, it was done, and it's slightly over the 10% because we have these other constraints on us. These are contiguous. They are continuitable. That's not a word. They are continuous. They are, these wards have been done in such a great way, and I have so much respect for the work that Colleen did, for the direction that President Sinai gave to do this, that we do have very, very good maps here. This is not, as President Sinai said, this is not about people's right to vote. We just saw we had 71.5% turnout in Lower Merion. People in Lower Merion vote. People in Lower Merion have the right to vote and have exercised that right to vote, and we've done a wonderful job with that right to vote and have made a huge difference in our elections because we do exercise that right to vote. Whether one ward is 10.5% bigger than another ward, or 3% bigger or not, doesn't change that at all. Our solicitor had said previously that it's uncertain what's going to happen when we submit these. These rules may be changing, they may not be changing, we don't have great direction. So in that light, we know last time we submitted a map that violated magisterial districts, got sent back. We submitted a new map that met the magisterial districts that had a 6% variation off center, and it was accepted. So in light of that being the best direction we have, maybe it's not perfect direction because we don't have perfect information, but the best direction we have, in light of the work that was done to make these as equal as practicable, to make them continuous, to make them contiguous, there's no reason in my mind to table this and send our staff back to the drawing board to kind of chase windmills or whatever the expression is, because we already have it. We have something that makes a lot of sense, and there's no reason to table this in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners, Commissioner O'Neill, wait a minute. Commissioner Bernheim, go ahead.
I will
I'm
be
going down the line.
extraordinarily brief because I think any of the points that I would like to make have already been stated, and I'm sure better than I could do it. But I did want to point out, Commissioner Kramer was kind enough to send me a lot of materials from the research that she did, and I got to acknowledge the effort and the homework that she's put together for her review. But the Carter versus Chapman case, the Supreme Court case, the key issue there was the fact that the districting, which were in wards, were clearly, there was no question about it, designed to create partisan advantage. That was the issue before the court. And then the court, in discussing things and the other opinions, mentioned, as our statute states and as Solicitor Hayes indicated, that it's got to be nearly as equal in population as practical. And there's a whole laundry list of things. Some of those that Gil has outlined, and the courts have also articulated that in the work that our staff has done, we meet that criteria. If this were to be challenged, it is my humble opinion that it would survive any challenge. And the courts in each of these opinions note they don't like to do this. They don't like to second guess the legislators. It's like courts don't like to go in the boardroom of corporations. This is something that we will know better. We've had examples, I know, in some discussions. Commissioner Stevens, you indicated how there were some neighborhoods that were being split. I recall dealing with Bob Duncan and Commissioner Grimes, you might recall, where Idlewild was cut right in half, right, which didn't make any sense. So some of these minutiae areas of consideration when doing this have been taken into consideration by our folks that put this together, and we're never going to get the exact number out of 14 wards and make the adjustment. I have no hesitation in supporting this as something that's fair for everybody in Lower Merion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Neill, did you have some
I'll add a
comments?
little bit because everything I've wanted to say has been said better, but I will just say that basically to add is I sort of feel like this is sort of in search of a problem that doesn't quite exist. I mean, to boil it down, Commissioner Gabbard and I share a line, Commissioner Zeloff and I share lines. I help their constituents because they're on the border. I interfere with Commissioner Gabbard's ward all the time, but I do so out of service. And I don't think any congressional leader, any magistrate judge, anybody would handle those boundary issues with difficulty or without being fair and just. And I'm not quite sure I understand what's driving the discussion about starting over again and what that gets us. Maybe I'm missing something. We can't, even if the basis for this discussion was growth projections in the eastern part of the township, we can't build a new ward line based on a projection on the US Census. So I guess I'm missing, I'm just missing the point. Although I am sensitive and appreciate the work that has gone into researching and love the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Courtney.
Thanks, Commissioner Grimes. I want to preface what I'm about to say by saying I appreciate all the work that has gone into this from staff, from the commissioners who have participated, and my criticisms are not going to be about the hard work that's already happened. I think what we have now is what we would call a minimum viable product. We could submit this map and it would probably get approved and we would move forward for 10 years. But the computer scientist in me really rankles at the idea that we can't evenly distribute the population. And having sort of witnessed this a little bit closer, it seems to me like the reason we can't do this is because of the arbitrary constraints we put upon it, right? I would love to see what a map would look like if we ignored the magisterial districts. I'd love to see what a map would look like if we ignored trying to keep us all in our current wards. I'd love to see what it would look like if we didn't have 14 wards. We can go up to 15 wards. It'd be better if we had an odd number, actually. Might even be better if we reduced the number of wards.
I agree with that.
There you go.
One.
I'll volunteer my ward.
Can you finish your comment?
Let's not go down that path. We'll get real negative. And in my mind, there's one metric of success here, and that is how close can we get to having equal numbers of people in our wards? And we shouldn't stop here. We have something that we can fall back on if we need to, but we should keep trying. We have an opportunity. Commissioner Gavin talked about voter turnout yesterday. It was great. My precinct had 75%. Lower Merion people vote, and that's great. But this map doesn't affect voter turnout. This map affects the composition of this board. And it would frustrate me as a voter to know that even in my own township, because I live in a more populous ward, the impact that my vote has on the future of my township is reduced compared to someone who lives a mile away from me. We shouldn't do that. We don't have to do that. We should at least try not to do that. And I would rather try to do the right thing first, try to accomplish equal size population wards so that every member of this township has an equal say in the future of this township. And then if the court wants to throw that out because we didn't abide by an arbitrary constraint, then we have a map that we can fall back on. But I reject the idea that we should just stop here because this is good enough. Thank you.
Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Just to bring us all back, we have a motion to table to the 30th. That's what we're talking about. So the issue is, as President Sinai pointed out, we can go with what we have, which seems, I think, Commissioner Corey described as a basic viable product, or try and come up with the best product. But the question is a really practical one. What guidance are we going to give staff? Can staff, who's already spent a huge amount of time on it and have done a good job as far as I can tell, are they going to be able to incorporate the law that Commissioner Kramer's pointed out, which consists of Pennsylvania statutory law, Pennsylvania law from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, law from the United States Supreme Court, and analysis of whether any of that law applies to a division of wards as opposed to other types of voting districts. So that probably has to go to our solicitor, who then has to send it to staff. So we're not talking about really getting a good product by November 30th. We're talking about something that's illusory. So I think with respect to the motion, those are the issues. Do we go with what we have and attempt to refine it as it goes along, or do we send it to staff with some vague notion as to what we're asking them to do, because we can't really figure it out, and certainly the courts haven't really figured it out. That's the dilemma. And again, sometimes, you know, don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. Let's think about refining, but if anybody in this room thinks that staff is going to incorporate all those legal concepts and have a fully formed decision by the 30th, I suggest that's just a loser.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we take a vote on this motion to table, let me just say, that I believe that we should advertise, that we would move to advertise this tonight. So I am not going to support the motion to table for comment reasons that others have certainly said before me. I also would remind my colleagues that if we did turn down the motion to table and then subsequently approve the motion to advertise, it doesn't mean that staff stops working today. It means that they can continue to work, and if next week, after talking to Gil some more, if next week they say that they can do a different job or a better job, we can deal with making those changes that they recommend, or even delay it at that point. But I think it is better for the guidance that Gil has given us tonight. Directs us to get this process moving. And again, I'm going to skip things that others said, just to say, but again, the first motion in front of us is the motion to table. All right, Commissioners, you did not have a chance to talk yet, I don't think. So if you're looking for
I'm
that,
gonna try and add
I would have asked that you let me finish my comments first, but.
Oh, you were recognizing me, but absolutely.
No, I saw your finger was up, so I figured you either wanted to hail a cab or you wanted to say something. But since I've lost my train of thought, why don't you go ahead?
Just getting ready.
In an effort to just add something I don't think has been said, the lines of all these other districts really do matter. Because voters in a poll, some who are voting for this DJ and some who are voting for that DJ in different DJ districts, it becomes difficult, frustrating for all involved, and simply not practical. And so that's another reason why pursuit of perfection is too difficult, because it has that crossing of lines within a poll issue. Sorry for the interruption of your.
You know what? That's okay. And for future guidance for other commissioners, if you want me to stop talking, just put your finger up. So I intended to have the last word, but Commissioner Churchill, you haven't spoken, so go ahead.
I would just, a former colleague of ours used to say, if we're going to do something, do it right. And I don't think that we're there now. And it's not in search of perfection, it's just doing the right thing. So I would just throw that out. I would support the table. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion to table is on the table. We will now, to be clear, it was the table till November 30th was your motion?
Yes.
So we will now take the vote. Just for anyone would know, there is no public comment on a motion to table. So all those in favor of the motion to table, raise your hand signifying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see 8. So the motion fails. So we now have I will actually make the motion to advertise, just to get this moving. As soon as I find it on here. Okay. I am going to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to authorize advertisement of an ordinance to amend Chapter Code of the Chapter 12 of the Code of the Township of Lower Merion, entitled Electoral Districts, to reapportion the Township of Lower Merion by retaining 14 wards and by changing the boundary lines of said wards. Is there a second? Thank you, President Sinai. Are there any commissioners who wish to make any comments they did not already make? Commissioner Kramer.
I just wanted to point out that there are the 5 largest wards are the eastern wards of this township, which are also the wards that have the highest minority populations in general. And the smallest wards are all located in the western wards. And I'd like to point out that all of the Western Ward commissioners voted to advertise this, that allows their voters to have greater voting power than my constituents will have, and the constituents of the others in the eastern wards. There are more than 500 more, there are 508 more proposed voters in Ward 7 than in Ward 10. And this plan effectively disenfranchises 509 people. And it's not right, and we can do better.
Thank you. President Sinai?
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. So I just need to address a couple of those things, if I may, given that I represent a ward in the eastern side of the district. It's one of the largest wards in this, and yet I voted for this, in part because I do not feel like any voters are disenfranchised within the range that we have here, the range that was in play and utilized 10 years ago, and we seem to do okay, and continues to this point. I also believe that at some point you are trying to get water from a stone, right? And you get to the best that you can do as close as practicable. And that is the point that we're at. I wish the population growth were different. I did not think we had to wait 10 years till we had the ability to get this more equalized. I have spent a lot of time studying this, and that's where I genuinely think we are. Okay? And that's just it. That's just the topography of it. That is just how these lines are drawn. We don't have the granularity to be able to do this the way that you would if you were doing an optimization algorithm. And then the third thing is I believe we checked minority representation. Can I ask Manager McNeely?
I don't think we brought minority representation into these.
Sorry, population
into this now.
Sorry. The words that we have, that we've created, are there disparate impacts on as Commissioner Kramer alleged, on minority populations in the township?
Charlie, I don't know if we have minority population.
We didn't, so decennial census itself doesn't.
Separation?
Yeah, it doesn't. We can go into that, and that's fine. But we didn't use that, we just used the straight numbers. And we can look at that, that's for sure, but that was not something that we looked at.
Okay.
Let's not play that card.
Okay. Okay. So, well, there you have it, folks. We apparently have complete ignorance of if not a factor that's in the districting here. Anyway, so thank you, Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. Vice President Gabbard?
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. I just want to address something. Commissioner Kramer just made a comment about the eastern side of the township having more minority population, and then the fact that the commissioners on the western end of the township, of which I am one of them, all voted or against this motion to table. If in any way there is any allegation of racism or racial discrimination by myself or any other member of this board, I am appalled and disgusted. I hope that is not what you meant. That's certainly how I took it, and if it is, I hope that's not what you meant to say when you said that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bryn?
Yeah, I'll go one step further,
Get
Commissioner
close
Gavin,
to
because I was
11.
hopped right out of my chair when I heard that, and it's, it was appalling. The ward that I represent is dead center within the township, and the concepts by which I stated that we should advertise this, knowing that we can fix whatever we might be able to do so, was so that we can move forward, and to insinuate in any fashion whatsoever that anybody on this board would be racially motivated or concerned about disenfranchising minorities is something that I've never seen in the 12 or 13 years that I've been on this board, and we've had a lot of very vigorous debates. So I believe, Commissioner Kramer, you may want to retract that comment. If you think it should be equal because of numbers, stick with something that's got merit, but don't go throwing out something of that nature. It is absolutely inexcusable.
I have nothing to retract.
Excuse me.
Because
Commissioner
I
Kramer,
did
you're
not
out of there.
accuse- Excuse me, I did not
No,
accuse
Commissioner Kramer,
anybody
I will
of
give you an
anything.
opportunity if
Okay.
you want to respond, but it's not your turn. Commissioner Zeloff, did you want to say something?
I do. The 10th ward has a high minority population. to suggest that high minority populations are only in the east is factually wrong. Thank you.
All right, and you know,
May I say,
can I make a comment for myself? I believe I'm on this board also.
Yes.
If you don't mind. I am also, unfortunately, you know, there's not much I can add to what my colleagues said, but I am also surprised and disappointed that I would be accused of something. And frankly, if someone is going to make that accusation, you not contact me privately to make that, to discuss it with me first. We're doing this in front of the public. The public can hear what we're talking about. And let's not even talk about a racial component, just implying that I or anyone else are seeking to dilute the influence of any other resident of this township. I don't know of any other situation where any of us, current or past colleagues, were accused of or insinuated that we would be doing that. And just very unfortunate. So, Commissioner Kramer, now I'll give you an opportunity.
I did not accuse, nor would I ever accuse any of my colleagues of any such thing. I was simply pointing out facts, facts as I understand them. And I was not making any accusation, and I have nothing to retract because I made no accusation. You interpreted something as an accusation, which it was not.
You're entitled to that opinion. I mean, unfortunately, people heard it, I guess, a different way. Commissioner McKeon.
Thank you, Commissioner Grunch. I just really wanted to speak more from my perspective on this. I mean, there's 14 commissioners, and I think this may impact your wards differently. But when I looked at the work that staff had done, I thought this was fantastic as it affected Ward 3. It was a great improvement on a situation that had been there for the last decade. Insofar as our population was a little bit low. So we took in some people from about 200 residents from Ward 9. I don't mind adding more people there, and that puts Ward 3 at 4,490 people, which is the closest to that 45 target that's there. So I think the population is right on line for where Ward 3 should be. And the boundary of Levering Mill is now all in Ward 3, so that seems really appropriate. And I talked about this with the Ward 9 Commissioner, David McComb, because that's where the residents will come from. David's on board with it. We talked about it at a civic meeting, and it was so mundane at the time. No one even spoke up about it because we just said as it impacted us in Ballackinwood. It was just really correcting something where the whole street was now in one area with one commissioner. So I can appreciate that these can impact other wards differently, but the reason I voted against the motion to table is I thought that staff did a good job, and this is improving something that for the last decade or so had been a problem. Can we improve it more? Yeah, I think that can happen, but for right now, what I see, I would favor advertising this map now, and seeing if we can do better in the future. But it's a big improvement over what I've seen for the last 10 years in Ward 3. So that's why I'm in favor of the new map.
Okay, thank you. So, commissioners are finished with comment. Since we're now dealing with a motion to advertise, we will now take public comment. Let me just remind the public, this is a motion to advertise. We will be, if this motion passes, we will be having public hearings on the merits of this motion. So I ask that you keep that in mind, and for those who may not have appeared before us before, we don't have formal time limits at committees, but we ask you to keep it to about 3 minutes. So, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Jamie Mogul, I live in Haverford. I know this is about publishing as far as the advertisement, but I was here before you all, I think 5 years ago, to present the resolution on behalf of Fair Districts regarding anti-gerrymandering, and I was very impressed how this board worked that out and passed that resolution. And at the core of that is really about making sure that our politicians are not choosing us, right? Because we as voters should be choosing them. And that core goes to even the process you're doing now. I think some of you do know me, that I'm president of the League of Women Voters. I am very well versed in the law and have litigated redistricting cases. I do hope one day we still go even further and have an independent citizens commission for our state and congressional maps. And what is being done here, right? Inherently, this is an inside job, and it's no disrespect. You know, Charlie, we've exchanged many, and Colleen, I understand that, but at its core, and even the municipal code, and it's been discussed tonight, is about equality. It says very clearly, not just in the charter and the municipal code, about equal population. And why is that? The basis is one person, one vote. It goes even further than Commissioner Kramer said, and I appreciate that she talked about what are we doing, right? What are we doing setting these wards? We don't have the maps in front of you, and I'm very happy to answer any questions, but you talked about transparency. Many of you did. And while I appreciate that, this is about process. It is chicken and the egg, or tail wagging the dog here. You're putting out a map, you're going over and above. It's no disrespect. Of course they worked hard, and fairness and all of that. But let's get down to what it is about. And I could go on mapping software, and I have already, and I can draw these maps. And it is not the type of thing that you shouldn't involve people who have the expertise, who understand the law. It's public mapping. You know, we had that as far as the public being involved in the state and congressional mapping. And what is happening here, we don't know. You're telling us after the fact. And I understand this is just about advertisement, and then you will involve the public. But at the end of the day, there's nobody from the outside that is involved in this process. This is coming from you all. It's just like the process we have at the state level. It is disappointing. And with all due respect, those who said this is not about voting and talked about voter turnout, it is exactly about voting. It is exactly about making sure that as much as we can, that we have no dilution of vote, no disenfranchisement that we heard, because it does make a difference. It does make a difference to tell us, the public, what are those weighted factors? Have you considered incumbency? You're all voting on the same map that you hope to stay in residence and be elected in. It's inherently undemocratic. So I urge you, please, I'm available, I've emailed, I want to be involved. From the League of Women Voters, you have the civics that you went to talk to, but you're presenting it to them. Tell us, what are these factors that you consider in waiting? It can't just be equal population. Are you considering the growth? We talked about the wards. It's not just the fact that they include minority population, but it's the zoning. Where are you building? Where can you build? Where have we grown in population? That these maps are going to be for the next decade. Oh, what is that?
Excuse me,
Oh,
ma'am,
okay.
please finish your comment.
And
If you could wrap it up, please, because you're at 4 minutes pretty much now.
okay, so I urge you to have a truly transparent process and involve outsiders so that we feel that we are choosing you when we next vote. And I encourage you also, the solicitor, to look at Commissioner Kramer's law and wonder why we are one of 3 municipalities out of thousands that have a split congressional district as well. It's based on those old maps that then in turn create precincts which are grossly inadequate, oversized, and it's the chicken and the egg. We choose our wards. We do that, and then in turn, those maps look to us. So all those state and congressional maps, they're looking at the precincts, and that in turn is done because of the wards that you approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, others? And Mr. Abramson, I know you had submitted written comments. I'm going to assume that this supersedes the written comments that you sent in, since you're going to talk now. All right, go ahead, please.
Joseph Abramson. So first, I just wanted to add on to what Jamie just said. So I understand that we're going to add advertising ordinance, but maybe weeks passed or months passed, the instructions went to the staff to say, hey, let's create a map. So what is that process? And I think it would help to know, when did that process start? And, obviously for not now, but in the future, there should be a workshop where citizens can input their concerns or their ideas to the staff to help, until we get some sort of real reform that, independent or citizen commission. I also want to add that, until probably maybe last year or so, Lower Merion had 4 Pennsylvania House districts, which is in violation of the Pennsylvania Constitution, which of course says, unless necessary, Lower Merion should have 1 House district. Right now, I think we have 2. So this concern that we can't go over some arbitrary line of wards going over magisterial district court or congressional court, maybe that's not true. Fundamentally, I mean, many of us here, are either immigrants, children of immigrants, or children of immigrants. They came to the United States, and one of the fundamental rights that they had and they exercised was the right to vote. My grandfather, grandmother, they voted till they were in their 90s. My grandmother passed away when she was 96. She voted every single year. And to say that these districts aren't, it's not taking away the right to vote is not true. I used to live in New Jersey and in New York, and I knew that my vote did not matter. When I'm living here now, my vote matters a little bit more because the numbers add up. And I just wanted to say that maybe, I know Commissioner Courtney mentioned this in passing, but yeah, maybe add another ward. The Pennsylvania Township Code allows us to go up to 15 without any more, we could just go up to 15. Going up to 15 would, A, prevent ties or reduce the number of ties we have. 2, it would allow stretching the eastern portion of Lower Merion, the wards, to be a little bit more contiguous. I also just want to mention, about communities, and I'm speaking just for myself, if you go to the corner of Highland Avenue and Old Lancaster Road, which, on one side is Adath Israel, across the street is Lower Merion Synagogue, and across the street is Kohelet. You draw a 1-mile circle around that, and I'm just saying 1 mile just arbitrarily, you're in 3 different wards. And I just wanted to say, regarding the comment that Commissioner Kramer made about, the eastern portion and the western portion, President Sina, you asked a question, or you assumed that staff took race into account. Or you said that race was one of the numbers that were in a factor in dividing the wards. No, I'm not saying that's for bad. I'm just saying that that's one, and then staff in turn said, no, they didn't. That's exactly the point. You're not taking things into account, and whether it's on purpose or not, and again, it's not on purpose, but these are the factors that are on the ground. Certain wards have higher percentage of where the adjusted gross income is much higher than others. Certain wards have more parks, right? Whether
if you could wrap it up, please. You're
Sure.
way over your 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
No, there's no 3-minute limit on committee meetings.
I
But-
explained the rules, please.
So whether it's on purpose or not, and of course it's not on purpose, but these are factors that, again, when someone wants to litigate in the future, it's going to say, hey, wait a minute, these wards are unequal. So, I think we should go back to the drawing board, take everything into account, totally redo the wards from beginning to end to make it more effective and more equal. Thank you.
Thank you. Before anyone else comes up, let me reiterate again. I don't believe in interrupting anyone with public comment, but let me remind the public, this is a motion to advertise. So I give people some leeway, but comments on the merits of this are really not pertinent to, and comments about state legislative districts and congressional districts are really not pertinent to the motion that's in front of us tonight. So I am requesting that you keep your comments to the motion that is on the table for the board tonight. Thank you, Ms. Seltzer.
Adrian Seltzer, Wynwood. I want to thank Commissioner Kramer for her comments, for the time that she spent researching this. And just, all right, wait a minute, I'm trying to be more tactful than I have been in the past. Many of you spoke as if the maps that are there are a fait accompli, that it's a done deal. Now, this is how you spoke. When Commissioner Kramer brought up the fact about were racial things one of the parameters, I don't understand why some of you took that personally. She just brought up an issue and wanted to know if that was so. I've been to several of these meetings, to say the least. I have watched many on TV too, and you're going to get defensive, but I see a lot of misogyny in this group on the way that Commissioner Kramer was spoken to today, and the way her comments were dismissed, and what she had to say was taken of way less importance as what your solicitor had to say. And I don't think that's right. I think you should consider how you conduct yourselves, because this is not the first time I've seen it. I've seen it on other occasions, and I call it out whenever I see it, and there you go. Just do something better.
Thank you. Mr. Dormont, you're up.
Thank you. I'm David Dormont from Bala-Cynwyd. First of all, obviously you've spent a tremendous amount of time looking at these issues. That's important. But we're also under some critical deadlines, because no matter what you do, there's going to be a primary in May. And you have to start backing that up to make sure that what happens is appropriate. So you do have strict time limits here. So my first suggestion is that you reach out to the county now about all the different options and have your staff propose multiple maps now. And if you have to, file a petition with the Supreme Court now. Because I believe with modern computer technology, 10% difference is too much. And there's no reason for it. Am I 90% of a person? We've also looked at, you haven't even looked at the disparate impacts this will have. We cannot, the ethnic minorities, the people of color, we can't look and do this work and just say, oh, well, we didn't look at color at all, we didn't consider it. You have an obligation, I believe, to look at the disparate impact and do that now before any public meeting takes place, so the questions that you have raised can be answered. So with that, I urge you to consider these factors. Finally, I have a problem with the meeting. I could not get into this building. It was locked. This is supposed to be a public meeting. I don't know how we can have a public meeting when the doors are not open to the public. I don't know what other members of the public were left out of this meeting. This is a serious concern. I only got in because I finally went to the police station, I called, some guy came and eventually was able to let me into this meeting. But I don't know how members of the public have been left out, and this has to be addressed going forward.
Maybe our secretary, you can address it now.
I would like to apologize. I
Excuse me,
had
Todd,
doors set to
Can you
lock.
see if he's finished his comments, please? I'm sorry, didn't let it go.
Yes, I am finished my comments, and I appreciate that, but as I said, it's really, I would like to be counted equally, and I don't, and also I point out that there's an issue of economics. We're generally smaller and poorer in the East Coast, on the east side of the township. And that wealth disparity is another thing. To give people who have more money more power is something that we really should think about as a township. We may change the makeup of it, and you guys have a lot of power to be flexible and to do things. And I know I've worked with many of you, your hearts are in the right place. I don't think there's anything bad here, but there are a lot of things to think about, and I know But, and I apologize for mentioning this, Mr. Grimes, but, the Supreme Court took one precinct and divided it in half. And if the Supreme Court can do that in setting a congressional district, we certainly can start doing that for our local wards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Is there anyone online?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. I'm now going to ask our township secretary to address the issue she was going to address, and then we'll...
So I apologize. I set the meeting, the doors to unlock and relock, and I had them set for 10 o'clock, not imagining that someone would try to come to the meeting after 10 p.m., so I apologize.
David, it's okay.
Oh, it was before 10.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So we now turn, if any commissioners who wish to respond to public comment, President Sinai.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Grimes. And thank you to everyone who spoke. I wanted to address some things. So first to Ms. Mogul, thank you very much for your comments, and they were insightful and thought-provoking, and I will certainly take them to heart. In terms of the criteria that we applied, they were straightforward. The direction to staff was compact, which is why you see irregular lines becoming straighter, contiguous, and as equal as we could do. And that was it. And I appreciate that maybe there should be more considerations, but that's what's given to us in the law, and those were the criteria that we directed. In terms of public input, as was previously mentioned, this is the point where we're advertising. And I think we all welcome public input, and I think you could reach out. I can speak for myself, certainly to me, and the other members of this board can speak for themselves, and would love to hear your input. I think we are all trying to get to the best place that we can in the within the constraints of we have finite amount of time of staff, right? And so we only have so many resources to apply to it. And we do this once every 10 years, right? So there's not a lot of institutional knowledge. So certainly advice and thoughts are welcome. I will speak that there is a fundamental constraint, though, which is that if the magisterial districts are hard boundaries, and if you keep the number of wards the same, the best you could do by having equal size wards within basically on the side of the township that Ward 12's on versus the rest of the township, the best you could do is somewhere around a 9.3% gap. That's just the map. That's just where the population is. The only way that you get closer than 9.3% is to find a way to jump population across magisterial district boundaries. That's it. And we can't get completely equal size wards on the same side of the district boundary. So I think the discussion about tabling was, do we want to go forward with the plan that ignores the magisterial district boundaries and try and see if it works, as Commissioner Courtney said, right? Do you take a stab at that? But if you don't, then the math gets in the way. You could consider, I honestly did not consider adding a commissioner. I think my sentiment to the board is that 14's already a lot. Wasn't going to eliminate wards because everyone was volunteering to be the person who got eliminated. But once you go down that, right? I mean, then you're in the realm where everything's implied, right? And I take your point that demands more attention and thought than certainly I gave it, and perhaps that we have time for at this point, right? And so it becomes like, what does this board want to do to engage with that? In terms of the deference given to the solicitor, the comment that Ms. Seltzer made, of which I certainly did. Most of that is just, from my perspective, is a philosophical approach of what we do here on this board, which is we have professional staff and we have a professional solicitor whose job it is to give us advice. And while each of us in our own professional domains may be experts in that area, I do not believe it is the role of a board member to do the job of staff in lieu of staff. All right, and so I will always give deference or preference our professional staff on matters of professional expertise, and I will give deference to board members on matters of policy. Okay, and I think that's what the board function is. Yeah, and so those are the responses I have. Thank you very much, everyone, for your comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. In hearing the public comment tonight, I'm reminded of our debate last year about a $15 an hour minimum wage and how the comments from the public pointed out the blind spots of this board. And I think once again this evening, our blind spots have been pointed out to us. I didn't question what it meant that our staff behind closed doors from input only from us, what it meant that they would be the ones drawing the lines. When we build a community center, when we put up a new apartment building, when we do a master plan, we have so much public engagement, and yet something as essential to our democracy as voting, and we're gonna have 3 public meetings about it, and we're gonna try to push through a product that all of us know could potentially be better. And it bothers me that we don't want to acknowledge the economic and racial disparity in this map. The distribution of class and race across our township. It's an uncomfortable topic. I don't think anybody up here intends to be racist. I don't think anybody up here is consciously biased. But what has been pointed out to us tonight is that in not acknowledging these things, we continue to perpetuate an implicit bias, a systemic bias, an institutional bias. I think Ms. Mogul is right. We should throw it out to not us to draw the map. That's what I think.
Other commissioner questions, comments? Well, all right, I'm going to say something because Commissioner Courtney, I think that was unfortunate because you've essentially repeated what was said before that some of us took offense to. I will tell you, I had nothing to do with the drawing of the maps, okay? I have joked with Commissioner Bernheim that I've taken some of the better parts of Gladwin Village, if this goes through, from his ward. That's pretty much been the extent of my involvement in this because I have trusted our professional staff to do it. I also respect that our solicitor has told us, and he has told us this again tonight, that there are constraints to the lines that we can draw. And I believe that our staff, and subject to the fact that we are entering a process, which unfortunately some people don't recognize, this is the way we do business as a government. There are ways that we do it. We are starting public hearings. They weren't even tonight. And I know we can't do enough for some, and I don't mean people here, for some members of the public on anything. But the fact is that here we are advertising this tonight. We took substantive public comment from people tonight, even though, quite frankly, that's not what we were supposed to do, but we did it anyway. And we're going to have several public hearings. We've already said if people want to give us their input, we're going to entertain that, and certainly if there's differences that we're able to entertain, we're going to work with staff and people from the public, and we're going to listen to it as we do with a lot of other things. There's no final decisions being made, and this is like a number of other things. Some people are convinced that we operate in smoke-filled rooms, which after sitting on this board for 7.5 years, not even if we're allowed to smoke, I've yet to be involved and invited to one of those meetings. I mean, regardless of who on this board talks to me about things. So, I think that people should take us at our word that this is the beginning of a process. We want to hear what the public wants to say. If there are members of the public who are interested, who want to contact any of us, who want to contact me or any other commissioner, you're welcome to do it. Let's have the discussion. If we're wrong, if we can do things better, subject to our solicitor telling us we can do it, I think that we're going to do it. We can change the ordinance as it's being advertised. So we're at the beginning of the process. Work with us. I think it's much more productive to work with us than accuse people of bias, explicit or implicit, particularly when we're constrained, according to our solicitor, whose advice I'm following, when we're constrained to follow certain boundaries. And let's have the talk. So I probably spent about 1 minute longer than what I should have said, but I felt that I just needed to respond to that, so thank you. Is there anyone else who has not responded yet who wants to respond? Okay. We have a motion on the table. This is the motion to authorize advertisement of the ordinance. All those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 9. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion carries 9 to 5. Thank you, and that concludes the business of building and planning tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. And that concludes the business of Lower Merion Board of Commissioners this evening.